have a little more luck this time around. So I'm having just a little trouble getting my quality options, which I've boosted the stream settings. This happened a while ago, but I made the decision that I would stream at 6,000 kilobytes a second, so you don't have variable bit rates on Twitch. YouTube you do, and I actually think it's something that generally makes it work a bit better. However, there may be something about the fact that Twitch is live that makes the constant better. I might have it the other way around, actually. Let me just take a look. Or does it really matter? Probably not. Anyways, so I did 720 for a really long time, and people really seemed to like the extra. People really seem to like the extra time in. Oh, curses! I did the tweet wrong. I'm sorry. Just give me one quick second here. This is a disaster. I'm starting late, so this might take a little while for me to get started. My apologies to those of you watching on the VOD, but I thought I was ready to go, and I had an earlier version of the tweet that went out, not the one that actually bothered to... It's not a big deal, but one of the things I try to do is also make sure that people have a link to Brace Yourself Games whenever I tweet the game. All right. So yeah, had to restart for quality options. I think we're properly ready to go now. Let me just double check that we're all good on my stream. Yes, we are. And it looks like there's a few of you in here already, so my apologies for doing that. Okay, I don't normally like calling out lurkers here, so please don't take this the wrong way. I'm not going to say specifically who it is, because this is going to be a little bit of inside baseball, but it looks like there is a viewer with a name that is based off of an old sort of documentary, sort of not, called Koyaanisqatsi, and if that's the proper reference, hats off for that that fairly not obscure, but that deep cut, let's say. That put a smile to my face. Okay, 3 minutes in, we haven't made any progress. So, I'm getting a little bit better at the start times, but I'm still starting a little bit later than I was expecting. I have not fixed my sleep schedule. In fact, if anything, it's gotten worse, and I had a bunch of stuff that I needed to do today. So I'm going to probably need to ramp up a little bit. I also have some stuff to record for VODs before Wednesday, so I will probably be a little more strict in terms of the finishing time, but the problem is that a lot of times they say I want to be strict on the finishing time, and this game is very, very engaging. But there are a couple things that I want to do. I really like watching the game in slow motion, but I also feel like that might be more of a me thing. I don't know how much people get out of watching everything sort of plod along in slow motion so much, so I'll try and be a little more balanced in how I do that. And of course, the very important disclaimer, which I've tried to be very diligent with, but I do occasionally trip up, and I've played the game a little bit before. I was given a key for this game from Brace Yourself Games for the purposes of sort of talking about the game and showing it. I haven't been asked to do anything, although you've noticed they do pop in every once in a while and are incredibly nice. So needless to say, I feel very warmly towards the game. I was given a key to specifically show it off, and On top of that, this game is currently available on the Epic Game Store, as is Industries of Titan, and so in addition to the usual disclaimer that I want to make about having been given a copy for promotional purposes, it is also important to remember that if you do use the channel affiliate link, I do get money, a little bit of money for basically showing or for kind of directing you towards the site. So I think that's a particularly important one because it's not, you know, I think most people can kind of understand how in the back of their head that as great as the game is, the value of an individual game is not that much. Like if you're doing streaming for the games that you might get as part of a promo thing, it is much more profitable for you to go and work a minimum wage job, which is absolutely no disrespect to the keys that I was given before. But, you know, suffice to say, my opinions are not bought so cheaply. On the other hand, though, given the fact that there really is only one place to buy this game, and while you do need to opt into that, either that promotional link or the system chalk code, which you can put in at checkout. Notice how I was able to get the the call to action in. You know, the fact of the matter is that this is a way where I actually have a financial incentive for you to buy the game. I have more of a financial incentive for people to like sub and buy and donate. But if I get a little tedious with that sort of stuff, one, it is a regulatory requirement. So streamers that aren't doing this should be doing this. And number two, I'm very enthusiastic about just about every game that I play. It's obviously up to you to decide whether or not my views might be colored by that. And in the end, I think it's better that I leave it to people rather than just assume that my intentions are pure. Now, with all of that out of the way, this game is not just in early access, but it is in fairly rapid development, I'd say. We've gotten about one big update a month. Also, a bunch of little bug fixes. I strongly recommend if you do play this game or if you're interested in it, please do join the Discord server. There's very frequent interaction with the community. And I'll be honest with you, like, I was reading one the other day about Industries of Titan. Not all of the stuff is positive. It's you know, this is definitely stuff where people are being very honest in how they feel about the game, and I'm hoping that the game will be better as a result of it. I'd like it if people were, you know, nice, because I'm very tolerant when it comes to sort of early games. I sort of understand that some stuff may or may not be working quite the way that it was intended. So, you know, when I have people running into buildings or like running in place outside of buildings in Industries of Titan, I kind of get that that's not going to be representative of the final game. But on the other hand, I do know people have bought this game, and they want to play it, and even though it is early access, you still want to play something that you enjoy. So with that in mind, though, I strongly recommend that you participate in the Discord server. These games are not going to get better on their own. They require the effort of the developers, and the developers will have a much easier time understanding what you want if you tell them. So there's my little plug. But we are looking forward this month to Arsenal Update 2. Now, I was talking about how I really was looking forward to the Arsenal Update. It got split into two parts, so February's update has already caused a lot of really neat changes, and number 2 is going to be introducing heavy-duty weaponry, dash and melee improvements, and more enemy variants. I'm also kind of curious what it's going to look like after March, but I'm in no rush. There's still plenty of game for me to play. I am, however, filibustering, so let's take a minute here and open up our save game. I almost deleted it like an idiot. What else was I going to say? There's something I wanted to really say about this. I've actually been talking about it with friends recently, and they're trying to get an idea of what the game is like, and there's always the obvious ones for me to say. It's like, well, you know, if you like XCOM, it's a bit like that, or, you know, there's any... Oh, curses. I think there were some side missions that I wanted to do, I think. I left myself a message. Yeah, find the protesters. I'm pretty sure they were up in this region over here, so I'll take a quick side journey to the radio station just in case there's something else to do there. I really do think I need to be coming back in this region, though. As much as I want to as much as I want to claim this this province, I did make a promise. Anyways, we will run and play. One of the things that I have been wanting to do on the streams, and I feel like I always say that I want to do this, and I never really deliver. I've wanted to try and give a better description of my thought process. And the reason for that is I get the impression that this is a game that people might feel, people who are new to it might want to have a better understanding in terms of how the game works. So if you are new to this game and you're interested, even if it's a YouTube video, and obviously I work a little bit better live for these questions, but if there is something you're interested in about this game, or there's something you don't quite understand, do feel free to ask it either in the messages or the comments. I try to get to respond to everything. But I am going to try and be a little bit better at forcing myself to explain my thought process a little bit. It's been quiet on the road, and you stop to let the pilot stretch their legs. Before you return to the base, though, one of your pilots comes bounding up to you, a bundle in her arms. "Look what I found," she cries. "He was just wandering around out there. No collar, no owner, no nothing." The bundle shifts, and two black eyes look up at you. The ball of fur looks like a Simon-Yed dog. We talked about this the last time, and I do not remember. I don't know that much about animals, unfortunately. It barks once and then pants happily. He must be only a few years old, and his ears twitch expectantly as he looks up at you. "Can we keep him?" your pilot asks. His ears are practically twitching too. A few other pilots have come over to look at what's going on and are now cooing at the dog. "I promise he won't make a fuss. Look at what a good boy he is." She and a few of the other pilots look at you, waiting for your answer. "So adopt the dog, he's too cute to leave behind, or leave the dog, he may belong to someone and he'll eat up supplies." Well, there's no supply penalty, so. Actually, I forgot this event, but it's a good one. We had to give back the last one, so we're gonna rescue a bunch of pups and open a side at the Canine Cafe. All right. Take a quick peek at the radio station just in case. Now, I don't know if this was a bug or if this is just the way that the game works, but it seems like whenever I visit the radio stations, they will always remain red no matter what happens, so it could be that there's nothing for us here. If that's the case, then we'll just sort of run around this region. Yeah. Now, with all of that in mind, I don't have as much to do on the strategic map as I used to. We were over here because the game does throw out some raiding parties, and so we needed to defend our villages from sieges. Otherwise, we would have been chomping away at this particular region over here. Some of the things that I can do on the strategic map are build things like smoke to escape. Enemy groups that are coming after me. I can also hire new pilots and such. But the thing is, for most of these, I've already kind of got the max for the things that I can get. So the strategic map right now is just deciding where I'm moving the base. If you've played XCOM 2, it's very similar to that. And in addition, one of the things that I want to eventually try and do is find out if there's a pattern in terms of where the enemy troops are kind of coming from. We know at some point to take out the capital, we're going to need to get all of the sort of the surrounding districts. I'm definitely not strong enough to take on some of these. What do we have? 13. Oh, actually, you know what? This is not as strong as I thought it was. I'm getting a little stronger. But for the time being, right now, oh man, we keep losing dogs in this region. But yeah, basically, what the strategic map is deciding for us right now, in addition to maintaining pilots and having the passage of time and everything, this is deciding what mission I go on to. And some of these overworld events, like like the dog, which we're seeing the conclusion of right now, will be affecting my overall sort of the overall status of my team. So what you can see here with the dog, we got a bit of a bonus towards our fatigue. Now, the funny thing is that probably wore off as we were traveling through, so I didn't necessarily really see the benefit. And then you can say one of the civilians recognizes the dog, and the dog leaps to them. Would you give the dog back to the owner? So you can say goodbye. This is his real owner after all. Plus 10 hope, plus 5 fatigue, lose the dog, or refuse. He's too sweet to lose. Minus 10 hope, minus 5 fatigue, keep dog. So, you know, in my sense here, one of the things that... There's two ways that I could look at this, which is net, I'm basically trading fatigue for hope because I've already had the fatigue that I took away from the dog. That's already gone. Another way that I can think about it is that I'm sort of signing up for a liability. So the thing is, like, what kind of heartless person wouldn't take the dog? Well, the kind of person who knows that fatigue might be a problem in the future and you don't want to deal with that. I actually don't think. I don't know if there's any telemetry on this. I'm curious if there's anybody who actually says no to taking the dog. I think there'd be more people who refuse, but this would be very interesting insight. Maybe there'd be like a poll or something that we can see. Anyways, we will say goodbye. This is his real owner after all. So there's a small detriment in terms of the pilots, but we do get some hope in the region, which is good. All right, so you can dispatch a salvage team to the site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. That's interesting. So apparently I can go back to old battle sites and salvage. I'm going to check both of these then. Well, it'll take me a while to go through. Maybe I should go through all the regions again. I'm feeling like it should be one of these ones. I think it's the energy storage plant, because I know we skipped some salvaging in order to deal with one of the sieges. Now, why would you salvage? Basically, this screen is also where you will you'll be altering your mechs. I'm gonna speed things up a little bit. Oop. Stuck in the mud. The rain outside hasn't let up for hours. Luckily, the mobile base's wheels are able to deal with the thick mud of the country roads. Not everyone is so well equipped, though, and you come across a tractor that has gotten itself stuck. The one driving it is splattered in mud and looks exhausted. Please, she says, as the base stops. Will you lend a hand? Could use the tools. There must be some equipment that'll help them here. Now, I lose time, but right now I've gotten past the major worries about time, so we'll use the tools. Of course, it may be that if we're too late in rescuing the civilians, there may be consequences for that. But at this point here, I want to retrace my steps and see what we can find. After throwing enough supplies at the problem, you and your pilots manage to pull the tractor out. Both she and the pilots are more than ready to be on their way, and she thanks you profusely for helping. Time for you to get going too. It's 5 hope. All right, so I'm going to speed things up just to check out these radio stations. And assuming everything is where it needs to be, we're going to start peeking at where the bad guys live. Aha! You approach an isolated radio broadcast tower. It appears eerily calm, and yet the base is picking up too much seismic noise to detect if there are mechs nearby. A bit worrying, isn't it? One of your pilots says to you in hushed tones. Not sure how we should approach this. So we can stake out, take up flanking positions and wait for the hostiles, minus 10 fatigue, flanking advantage in combat. Recon, move the base closer and prepare a recon squad. Risk a small squad size to lower the chance of a fight. And then charge, deploy a full squad, and comb the place. In this case, we'll do recon. Now, sometimes this has hurt me, as it has here. Caught out just as you're approaching to deploy a small squad. The base's control room lights up with warnings of incoming fire. It looks like the enemies were lying in wait nearby. We don't have time to deploy the whole squad. You'll have to manage with 2, cries the driver. Quick, shouts one of your pilots. There's no time to lose. Suit up. Alright, well, we know that, I believe it is Ingrid who has been with us on all encounters. No, it is Tango in the Lance. Alright. However, I am not going to bring the Sleipnir. Nope, maybe I will have to, because it looks like they... I wonder if this is intentional or not. Alright, this is going to be really exciting then. So, if I had my choice... Nope. Alright. I haven't checked out the stuff the scrap that I have picked up, but it seems a little out of character to, to build up your your arsenal when you're in an ambush situation. So I'm actually quite short-handed on this one. It's not just that I have the two mechs. It's that one of them is a melee focus mech, and so they actually become a bit of a liability in certain circumstances. I've also lost the really killer shotgun for this unit, so I'm going to have to be a bit careful in terms of how I handle things. But I may also be able to turn this to my advantage. So we've got a sniper rifle and a missile launcher. Okay, that's a couple sniper rifles. A medium machine gun. And a marksman rifle. Okay, so I definitely don't want to get hit by stuff, but it does seem to my advantage to... oh, no, it's the machine gun that's coming after me, so I actually do want to run behind cover. Okay, so theoretically, if I just book it... they start firing right away. Optimal range on the gun then. Oh, actually, sorry, no, I have a better solution. Okay, so the idea here is going to be I'm gonna let the Sleipnir do what it does best. Oh, it's maybe a little too aggressive. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do first. I'm gonna get the Lance into the fight as early as possible. They're gonna provide the cover for the Sleipnir. So this particular mech has a shield. They're very slow moving, but they're very tough. So what I'm going to do here, this is actually more or less something you see inside of the trailer for the game, which is a really nice touch. One thing I really appreciate about Phantom Brigade is how all the cool stuff that you see in the trailer is something that you can realize inside of the game, and it feels very much like what you see in the game. The idea here is that as much as I would like to use this unit offensively, what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to move them in closer on the enemy. In the meantime, I'm going to move the Sleipnir in so that when the enemy attack hits around the 1.5 second mark. So essentially I want to be behind the Lance with the shield at that time. Aha. Okay. So life gets a little trickier that way, but we can still make this work. Basically, the idea here is I'm trying to track my sort of trying to follow the Lance so that they absorb the worst of the hits. I think my initial reaction was the right one, though. Hey, Mushroom Sis, how you doing tonight? Okay, so we wait it out. Thank you very much for the bits. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. So I'm trying to work through my turn here. So what I'm basically trying to do is I'm trying to make sure that the movements between the characters. I'm just shy. All right. So I'll move forward a little bit, and then next turn I should be able to hit him with a sword. So this turn is basic. In fact, this will be one turn where I do slow things down because I want to see how well this works. But essentially, the Sleipnir is going to be effective when they get into close range. In fact, one of the things that I want to do is, because all of these marksman and sniper rifles aren't as effective at close range, one of the things I'm going to want to do eventually is to take this Sleipnir, and which is the melee unit, and get them in on the sort of the short range attackers and just knock them on their back. So the lance is taking a pretty heavy hit at the start of this turn, but I think the idea is just so that we can close the gap as early as possible. So at this point, we're going to see how well this works, and if you hit space while the turn is playing out, you get to see the magic happen, and it'll report any damage that your mechs takes. It's kind of location-based damage, so your torso is sort of vital. If that goes, your pilot's done. The arms you can afford to lose, but of course you lose weaponry, and the Sleipnir is kind of built for speed, so if its legs go, I think it's a particularly bad day for Kilo. So let's see whether or not we can pull this off. So I didn't really explain how the game works overall. Basically, in the world of this game, the Phantom Brigade has a new piece of technology. It's an AI that gives perfect knowledge of what's going to happen. Well, sorry, it's not exactly perfect knowledge. It gives you perfect knowledge of the enemy's actions for the next 5 seconds. And the reason why I make that distinction is that the actions you take will alter the outcomes. So if you take a unit out, if you move them out of position, let's say, or if you now the magic happens. Yeah, that shield's gonna have a really bad day. Oh, I didn't even think that it might be a missile that's coming after us. I kind of screwed this up. Okay, my melee unit's getting a few hits. So far it's all in spots that can be regenerated. The shield right now is taking all the damage, so this thing's got 1600 health. It will be destroyed at some point. I need to remember that it's not an infinite resource. But for the purposes of closing the gap, this is kind of what I need right now. But it looks like I am about to have a date with a big boom. Oof. Yeah, that went particularly bad for the Sleipnir. So the mistake that I had made was not registering that the attack was from the missile launcher. In fact, in my opinion, that makes this unit one of the most dangerous on the board. So we got an easy answer for that. We go in for a strike. Now, the way that the melee strike's going to work is we run in, we connect, and that unit's going to be, it's basically going to crash for the remainder of the turn. The other thing I want to do is actually, let me make sure who's attacking. Yeah. So I'm going to take some heat damage for this, but again, I've got another threat to my unit right now. So even though I take heat damage, I'm going to close the gap. And I'm sort of prepping myself for the next attack. So these are two enemies which are going to be on the ground for the next turn. What I want to think about now, and again, very simple attacks. I just hit them with my sword. What I want to do now is think about how I'm going to get a unit like Tango to sort of run in and start taking out some enemies. Because if the enemies are allowed to sort of run around and do, if they can actually fulfill their plans on the turn, I'm basically, there's no way that I'm going to be able to take them all out in time. So one thing that I can do to try and make life a little easier for myself, I'm going to open with the shotgun. I know this guy's already going to be taking damage, so I'm going to hit them early on here. So this is going after the machine gunner. And there's a very similar issue that's going on. So basically we start with a shotgun. I want to move behind cover if I can. Yeah, so I take a little bit of damage from their machine gun, but the rest of the turn is sort of spent moving behind the cover. I'll maybe prep for myself the shield just in case. It looks like I arrived just in time to spoil their fun. Nope, I shoot into the side of a hill, so I'm going to ignore that for a bit. So the way that I'm managing the lance this turn is I'm dashing them forward. Now the reason I did this is because you can see that at the 1.5 second mark, the machine gun fires again. So I want to close the distance as much as possible to the closest cover. I take a little bit of damage around here because this is when they start shooting. However, this is this is outside their optimal range, so this is probably the lowest threat that the machine gun's going to pose to me right now. Do I want to do that? I think I'm going to cancel the last little step. So what I would normally want to do is run around the corner and hit this guy in the face with a shotgun, but there's another attack coming to me from here. This is what these little red lines mean. So I'm doing some attacks on what I kind of consider to be my primary target, but I'm also protecting them by moving behind cover. So, and Olaf, sorry, I don't think I said thank you for your host. I hope you are doing well. It's always very good to see you. What's new on your end? I haven't seen a stream with you and Ariella on Borderlands recently, but it might just be because I have not been watching at the right times. Thank you very much for 9 months, Olaf. Still moving. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you continuing to sub. It's helped me out. I can let you. I don't want to say this on the stream yet, but I can let you know a little background on some stuff that you've done for the stream. But thank you for that. I always do appreciate the subs, and I know you are definitely somebody who's given a lot to other streams. So I appreciate that. In a very competitive environment in which you've already given a lot, you are still finding somehow a way to be able to show me a little support as well, and I never want to take that for granted, and I appreciate it immensely. So, anyways, I am going to. Sorry, I was in the middle of reviewing the. Yeah, I'll never forget it. I love you forever, Olaf. Now back to the game. No. So basically, I guess the way I can point this out is we damage 3 enemies. 2 of them will be on the ground for at least a little while, and then I should be able to do some damage to this fella. And yeah, I'll talk about what the plan is for the next turn. The idea here is that I have options for both. So depending on who attacks next round, I have options for both of these characters. And that's one of the things that I like about these kinds of games. Even XCOM, once you get to a certain level of familiarity with the game, you're able to sort of say, all right, I'm not just worried about what I'm going to achieve this turn, I'm going to think about what I achieve, you know, in the turn following. Am I actually going to wind up in a position where I'm in good shape? For instance, here it would be really nice if I could get my barrier back up on my shield, and so I'm a little more reluctant to do a move where, you know, I wind up getting tagged by a sniper rifle like in that spot, even though the sniper rifle is not within its optimal range. Anyways, let's watch the magic happen, and I think the real star of this one's going to be the melee unit, so we can get a good view of the action. All right, a little bit of damage, but it's more than a little, actually. Shield's definitely looking a bit ropey. Okay, so that's a primary attack using a sniper rifle on the lance. That's also really interesting that they didn't get knocked over. This one did. Although perhaps it was because it was at the start of the turn. But if you look at the damage, I really want to take this guy out if it wasn't clear. So this unit is going to be attacking the Sleipnir, it looks like. So one of the things I can do to sort of neutralize that right away is to try and do the melee attack. But I do believe the way this game works, it does... the melee is sort of still in its first iteration. And so it has a few little quirks about what you can actually pull off on a given turn. And it may be I'm not actually able to close the distance in the way that I want. Yeah, that hill really hurts me. So I think it's fair to say that this attack is not happening. So I suppose my second best would be to run in and attack. Yeah, so this says different height. I sort of feared that this might be happening. So I could try, you know what? It's not the bravest move, but it is one that keeps the Sleipnir, well, not fully protected though. Can I do better? I think that's about as good as I'm going to get here. Okay, so let's review how the Sleipnir is going to work. The original plan was to attack this unit, but now one drawback is that sniper rifles are going to be more effective at distance, and so by moving here, I have given them sort of an optimal target. In this case, I'm really sort of relying on the fact that I'm going to be doing melee to sort of help me be effective this turn. The one bit of good news, though, is I'm able to get a whack in on this guy again, and more importantly, it's going to put me in a position where I can get another whack on this unit, which is going to be using a missile launcher. So effectively, what I'm doing is I'm taking the fact that he's attacking this unit, and I'm sort of trying to neutralize the attack by just not being available. So now we need to ask, what do we do with the lance? The lance is going to be the big playmaker, so I need to be careful in terms of how this all works. And I think the best thing that I can do right now would be to try and, as much as possible, hit the... hit this enemy unit in the face. So I'm sort of accepting that I'm going to be taking the... Ooh, it's a sniper rifle, though. That's not trivial. Okay. New plan of action. So we move off to the side here. Yeah, so I'm protected by the side of the hill. And what I do instead is I take the damage I can do on this unit. Unfortunately, it means I'm stuck in position for the rest of the turn. Which I'll admit I'm not crazy about, but it will it'll keep me from taking too much damage. Which is pretty important right now, given that I'm... okay, that's really welcome. So notice none of my units took damage. This unit only has its sniper rifle now. They're basically one attack away from being taken out, so I will do that as soon as possible. Okay, so it looks like this unit is going to be focusing on... This unit is going to be focusing on my Sleipnir. So as a result, I'm going to be focusing on them in a hope that I can protect my ally. Now, this unit, it will attack with their primary weapon. Oh, sorry, this is me here. Okay, so they're crashing. They're going to attack with the Sleipnir with their primary weapon. Same deal with this unit. Now, this is not so bad. What I'm going to try and do here is walk forward and then hit them with my melee. Okay, so we run forward, hit, small bit of heat damage. But we return to an old problem. Okay, so I'm having a lot of faith in my lance that we're going to be able to take this guy out in time. The real problem I have with this particular turn is not so much the heat that I'm generating. So effectively, I don't really need to worry about this unit attacking me. I'm more worried about the marksman coming after the Sleipnir. The big thing is that if they take out the legs, I'm done for, and if they take out my primary weapon, I'm not able to knock people on the ground, which is kind of how I'm able to deal with the enemies right now. So what I want to try and do... Oh, hang on. It's all three of them. I don't know, it's this... Okay, no, this person's knocked down, so I don't need to worry about that attack. Unless I'm missing something. Nope, it's the machine gun that's coming after me. Oh, that really makes things tough. Okay. New plan of action. And we get the different height warning. Okay. So here I gotta stay on the sort of same plane. Ooh, this is probably... Yeah, it's because they're on a slope. I don't know if there's a way that I can actually get to that height level with them in time. And then this is gonna say I'm too close. So this is one of the things that's probably going to be dealt with in this month's patch, is the idea that because... Yeah, so basically because this unit is just a little bit lower than my melee unit, I'm not able to do an effective attack. The one thing I could try, I bet if I went here... No, even then, different height. Yeah. So the best strategy would be one in which I'm able to sort of run forward and then hit this guy with my sword like right away. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any scenario in which that actually occurs. So, basically the answer to that problem is, all right, well, how do I protect myself as much as possible? And in this case, I kind of need to ask, well, what am I more scared of? Am I more scared of the sniper rifle, or am I more scared of the machine gun? And to be honest, I think the machine gun is a little more frightening. Okay, so let's just see how we plan this. So we hit them here, we run. Let's say right around the time the fireworks start, which would be at this point. So again, I'm tracking on the... So this is when the gunfire actually starts. This is where I do a dash, and then we run behind... Well, later on we'll run behind. So the idea here is that I do my attack, so that guy gets knocked down. I don't need to worry about attacks from them. Running. Now this is actually a great shot for this unit because it's basically a straight line for them. It is, however, out of their optimal range, so I've got a little bit of grace there. As this unit starts opening fire, we then dash and we get behind cover for everyone else. So I will slow it down when it comes after we deliver the attack. We'll slow it down and see how the escape works, and then of course we'll try and see in the background whether or not this unit gets taken out. All right, that attack did not work for some reason, so I just took a whole lot of damage. I'm about to lose my left arm. So that feels like on 2 separate occasions now I've not successfully been able to attack them. Alright, that unit's destroyed, so we at least have one enemy off the board. Now the big trick here is basically going to be how do I capitalize on the current situation? One thing that's really telling here is that all the enemy units are now focusing on the Sleipnir. So I'm gonna stick him behind a hill. So we're just going to sit this out. Now what's really useful here is that this unit is going to be completely ignoring the attacks except for the one that they already committed to at the start. So I have this nice window in which the Lance can move and do whatever they want because everybody's focusing on this one person. Oh, but they are focusing on that one person with a missile launcher. Well, I mean, it's not a whole lot I can do. I do have one outside solution to this though. So, first thing I'm going to do, shotgun to the enemy. Ooh. Okay, well, go to war with the army you have. How quickly can I fire my shotgun? Does it make sense to attack somebody else if I wait that long? Yes, it sort of does make sense to attack someone else, but no, I'm not going to because it's a shotgun. It's not a long-range weapon. Alright, and that gives me heat damage. I think I'm going to eat the heat damage, though. Okay, so basically I'm just trying to get the Lance into a position where it's able to start making some plays. Ideally, we're going to be able to come and catch this missile launcher, but that's sort of a secondary consideration. The biggest thing I want, though, is to make sure that this missile launcher does not touch my my melee unit, my Sleipnir. So I'm going to wait out the... So we wait out the attacks. We move from behind the hill. And presumably, around the time that the missile is going to be coming after us, we do our melee attack. Now, I might have to orient this slightly differently. In fact, the attack is probably going to be starting... Yeah. The attack's starting much later than I would want it to. And that's going to be a big concern because I'm really exposed out in the open here. However, it is going to give me sort of this sudden burst of movement in a different direction, which hopefully will hurt the enemy. Or not hurt the enemy, but at least neutralize the attack. Seems like it had the intended effect. We're still not really doing enough damage to this unit, but... So we'll connect with them. I don't actually think I have that much to worry about. I don't think I have that much to worry about from an attack on this unit. I do, however, need to... Oh, it's another missile attack coming in. Okay, I will use that to my advantage. It means that I can actually afford to sort of run in close on the enemy. Does look, however, like... Okay, I gotta make sure I've got the right unit selected. So this one has the missile launcher, and they're going to be going after the Sleipnir, so I need to make sure that I am constantly on the move. This unit, doing its shotgun thing. All right, and these two are trading shots. This one I'm not as worried about because it's a medium handgun. But in this case here, I want to, again, it's going to be a mix of activities. So run as much as I can, dash when appropriate. And at this point, I really just want to close the distance on this unit because I've got cover over to the side here. So the question is, what do I do with the rest of my turn? I think in this case, given that they're already focusing on my, my lance, I'm going to put myself in a sort of a central position. So the attack from this guy is going to come at the 1.5 to 2 second mark. Let me make sure I got that right. Yeah. Okay, so in a perfect world, I'd be able to get another set of shots off. You know what? I'll take the heat. And then I'll follow up with a second batch on the machine gunner, because the machine gunner is going to become a liability later on. Now, I'm banking on the Sleipnir taking this guy out. If they don't successfully knock this unit down, I am in a world of trouble. So we are going to slow things down and see how it turns out. Okay, that is excellent news. Looks like the missile is going to hit the side of the hill, which is good. Glorious. Where's the other missile? That's a right arm. Oh, there was a collision. Okay. So there's the missile coming into play now. So the dash is going to be how we sort of escape consequences, ideally. Although the movement seems really peculiar. You should be running up like this right now. So I'm thinking there was something to throw that off. Angles are important. Okay, so they started charging right around the time I would want them to. They're going to be dashing right as this thing was about to hit us. It does look like it's going to be on a trajectory to cause us some trouble, though, so I think I might want to make a hard left and hit the... try and make it hit the side of the hill. Now, I don't know if I've gotten this from an official source or something. Oh. Alright, looks like we dodged it after all. I don't know if this is from an official source or not, but I believe all of the components in this game are sort of modeled. So the missiles are going to sort of follow their rules. The buildings are going to react to the damage. I think that's why it mentions dots. Dots is a new sort of way of doing things in Unity, which is super exciting for me because it reminds me a lot of stuff that I learned in my very first programming class. I didn't do a major or anything, but I did really enjoy my intro to programming because they taught us this thing called Racket, which is a variant of Scheme, which is descended from an old language called Lisp. And it's completely bananas compared to the stuff that you'd normally learn, but it is an incredibly good way of learning. And you do a lot of really cool things in that course. So, anyways, I'm very, very just the way that Unity has described what dots is intended to do and sort of how you think when you use those tools, or I don't know if it's right to say use those tools. Anyways, the way they talk about it actually gives me very fond memories of those courses. So I'm going to do something a little counterintuitive here. I'm going to move the Sleipnir up. I don't think there's anything we can do about the... I don't know if there's anything that we can do about the missile, but it seems to me the answer in that case is we just we close the distance in an unconventional way. So run forward, give them a quick hit right when they launch the missile. Now this is going to be a problem. So I'm going to take my my lance, which is going to need a moment to cool down anyway. I don't really think... Well, I mean, the one thing I could try would be a dash. I just think I burn up in that case. Well, you know what? Hang on. There is another way. We just straight up run at this guy. Okay, so the answer I'm going to get to the attack that's coming on the Sleipnir. So one thing that's good news is that I believe it's outside of its ideal range. Yeah, it starts in the ideal range, but it's just outside of it. Now again, I want to minimize the damage that the Sleipnir takes in most cases anyway. But one thing that I'm going to do, because I don't want to cook the lance anymore, notice that its left arm is starting to get a little... well, it generally, the lance is starting to get a bit banged up, so I can't just assume that this thing is immortal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to charge at I'm going to put down my shield and just charge the guy. And so while it's not going to stop all of the attacks that are coming after my ally, it's at least going to get me moving, and it's going to get me neutralizing a target. And then what I'm going to do is something completely counterintuitive, is I'm going to take my tank unit, I'm actually going to make it hide behind a hill. The exception! Thank you so much for your resubscription. You always come in at the... I know I say this every time, but it's just your sub day. Your sub day seems to come around the time that people are deciding not to continue their subscriptions. And so you are always this nice little reminder that people do still come in and renew. And it's a shame, because Olaf seems to come in roughly around the same day and renew as well. But I think you were the first one I sort of noticed that habit with, and so it's kind of this nice little reminder that there are people who like my stuff, which is a shame, right? Because you really shouldn't define your success through things like sub numbers and that. But I am human. But in any case, it's a very nice reminder. Thank you very much for that, and both you and Olaf have been incredibly supportive. 36 months now, so you are enjoying exactly 3 years on this channel, which is very hard to believe that, you know, not only has Affiliate been around that long, but that I've been streaming that long. But I am told that time moves at a fairly constant rate. I don't know, I haven't seen it, but I have it on good authority. So this I'm really not sure about. It does mean that I'm going to be running in front of enemy fire, but it does allow me to get sort of positioning and do some damage. I think this is going to be melee turn. So just a quick recap of what I'm doing here. I'm getting a melee strike in on the missile launcher, running up and getting sort of a secondary attack on the medium machine gun. In order to mitigate some of the damage from the other ally, I'm getting my lance to sort of throw down its shield, charge the guy, and then hide behind the hill while the other action plays out, and then we'll see what happens on the on the following turns. So I am kind of curious in seeing how this goes. I'll maybe slow it down if there's a missile bit, otherwise we'll see. The things to watch out for are the connection here, and then the finale. Alright. So that melee attack didn't seem to happen at all. I'm really not sure what to make of that. This is going to get interesting, though. So this guy's finishing attacking. I did pay a little bit for that attack, but still worth it. So they're going to come after me with their marksman rifle right away. I think what I'll do is I'll throw my shield up just so that I can move into position. They are going to be moving behind a hill, though, so... The question is, which target do I want to focus on? I think this guy is becoming a little bit more of a threat than the alternative. Okay, so the Lance this turn is basically going to throw their shield up to just absorb whatever attack's coming after them. They're going to chase down the missile launcher. They're going to fire 2 sets of shotgun attacks, 1 set of which is apparently going to hit the side of a hill because I'm a fool. Well, I just shouldn't do the attack then if it's going to turn out like that. So 1 set of attacks into the back, and then right around the time this unit starts doing their attack, they're going to hide behind the hill. So that invites the question: what happens with my Sleipnir? Now this becomes a little more complicated. Oh no, it's not as complicated because it's still a missile attack. So what I'm going to do here. We run through. I'm going to do a primary attack. So again, the idea is to just try and do erratic movements at this point to see if I can throw the missiles off the scent. This one I'm a little doubtful that it's gonna work out, but we can hope. Okay, that doesn't do that much damage. Okay. Melee attacks are really good for dodging missiles, it looks like. Okay, so this guy's crashing. Eventually they're going to target the Lance. This guy is getting ready to eject, which is good. Oh, this is the missile launcher. Okay, this is pretty much done then. So the question is, what do I do to avoid... The major question this turn is, what do I do to avoid the machine gun? Now, unfortunately, I do not have all of my tools available. I believe if you start a melee attack on somebody who is already on the ground, somebody who's already crashing, the melee attack will not take. Furthermore, it's a bit hilly over here. So I'm going to say, let's just pretend that that's not going to turn out. We're now sort of in a semi-fair fight. It's 2-on-2. You know, we are a little more damaged than them in some respects. Again, if I lose my shield, I lose a major advantage for the Lance. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move the Sleipnir up. We're basically changing dance partners at this point. So the Sleipnir moves up. We get the attack on the enemy that's not focusing on them. So this secondary attack in the other half of the turn, that shouldn't happen, basically. In fact, what I'll do is I'll spin around for part 2. That might mean some heat issues, but... Now again, I've already said there's no way that I can sort of crash the... There's no way I can sort of crash the enemy into submission. So what I want to do is I just want to get out of the area as quickly as possible before that machine gun starts firing. So here we'll walk it off a little bit. Looks like I've already... Okay, so if I walked like this, then dashed... I'm just sort of experimenting here right now. So we have the walk. Machine gun fire starts during the dash. Now it is during an optimal distance. See, what I'm kind of planning for here is that the dash is going to minimize the effect of the machine gun for the duration. But what I really do want to do is I want to follow the lance just to see their shield movement, because I think that's going to look kind of neat. The lance being this beautiful, beautiful mech here. Oof, that stung. I know I said I was trying to rein in the tendency to make stuff go slow motion, but I am kind of curious to see how this turn works out. So they're gonna start dodging the machine gun fire in a little bit, and then we want to see the connection here, and then it's just gonna be the two. Okay, guns coming up. Alright, it's hitting the thing it needs to, which is the shield. It's not ideal, but I'm alive. Now they're probably going to have to cool down next turn, so we're going to be able to run around the edge and pop them with our shotgun. So, they're calling it quits here. They know, they know it's over. All right, now this is interesting. So it looks like they want to. It looks like they want to open fire on the Sleipnir. Now I can use that to my advantage. I just want to make sure that I get the Sleipnir into some decent-ish cover. I don't really think that works. Well, it's partial cover. I think that's... I mean, the fact of the matter is that Kilo is starting to look a bit better on relative terms, and the biggest thing I want to do right now is I want this thing to be firing... I want this thing to be pointing this direction as much as possible for one very simple reason. The lance can then mosey on up. And while their back is turned, I get a bunch of sort of attacks of opportunity. Ugh. Yeah, it's the best I can do with the circumstances, so let's see how it goes. Nice. And that is the round, or it should be. They don't have any weapons, so. Oh well. This game looks cool. Can't go wrong with katana robots. Well, the katana robots will get better at the with the next patch, but this is one of the things, right? One of the things that I'm privately kind of interested in terms of how people balance games like this is I consider what. So I'm going to reflect my econ background and really liking revealed preferences. Exception detected. It's recommended to terminate this PlayStation after submitting the details of the issue. Some exceptions can have significant side effects and can result in seemingly unrelated issues in various areas of the game. Only continue playing if you are confident that a given exception has no side effects. For example, if it was an exception when attempting to access a certain part in an inventory and not an exception in the middle of the core gameplay loop like combat debriefing. Potential side effects go up considerably in the latter case. Pressing this button would take you to a log view, allowing to confirm the severity of the error. So I probably should have paid attention to that. I'm going to lock it in and I'll save it. But so I believe a lot in terms of revealed preferences. So, you give people options, you look at how they decide, and people are going to tell you what they like, what they think, sort of their actions. I've actually been watching the old TV show House again. I've been rewatching it rather. And it's actually very similar to that, right? They don't really paid attention to patient histories. They send the team off to break into people's apartments and see how they live and such. And I mean, presumably in a video game, like you can record what people are doing, assuming GDPR compliance and such. But what I do think is kind of interesting is that I don't do certain melee attacks. And it's not because I don't think melee attacks are very good. It's because under the current system, I know a certain class of attack is not necessarily going to be very successful. So I sort of think for me as a data analyst, I would look at something like that and I'd say, the players aren't really using melee attacks. Maybe they're too weak. Maybe we should give them an incentive to use more melee attacks and make them more powerful somehow. But of course, the answer has nothing to do with whether or not. Well, I mean, it is power in a sense. But if I were to attack it in terms of saying like, we should like double or triple the attack value, I suspect you'd probably see a shift in player behavior. In the end, you're sort of saying it's like, okay, well, there's the risk that this thing doesn't work very properly, but if it does, it's basically a one-hit kill. But that's obviously a very different calculation from what you want a player to actually be thinking about, which is it viable in, out of the 4 mechs that I bring, is it viable to have somebody with a really big sword that's going to look cool when they go and attack people? And again, this is why games are so cool and why, I have a tremendous amount of respect specifically for the people who make this game. But in general, because I'm trying to think of other cases. In movies, there are definitely times where you want to anticipate what an audience is going to be thinking. There's a really famous moment in a movie called Rosemary's Baby where the main character, Rosemary, she kind of suspects something about her neighbors, and her neighbor has gone off to sort of make a phone call. And she's looking at her neighbor making the call, and the shot is framed so that the neighbor is leaning forward, and their face and their head is basically totally covered by the door frame. And the story goes, William Fraker was the cinematographer on it, and he gives the interview and saying on the day of the premiere. He was actually a little annoyed with that shot because the director had, specifically told him to frame it this way. And he's like, but you're like chopping her head off in the door frame. He's like, no, you got to do it. So he's like, okay, whatever. But in the moment, it's a suspense and horror movie. Everybody in the audience is sort of leaning to try and see around the doorway. So, there is something to be said when people say that, games are sort of, well, yeah, I mean, they are obviously one of, if not the only interactive format. I think there is something to be said for the fact that even then, like, the considerations of what's going on inside somebody's head when something is happening is still at play. So, you know, a big part of Phantom Brigade is me thinking things through and sort of getting really wrapped up in the fantasy of being, you know, the leader of this kind of guerrilla force that's trying to liberate its homeland. And I've been given this great technology that gives me sort of 5-second snippets. Obviously, the music and the animation and the marketing for the game are really leaning into the idea of these very cinematic moments of, you know, yeah, and then I was running through and it was my weakest unit, so then, you know, the shield maiden came down and just slammed that thing, you know, but we couldn't get there in time, so, you know, she sacrificed, she just went and charged into the guy, and it saved the day. You know, this game really spins off a lot of fun stories, and being able to do it in slow motion and sort of show it all really works out. And I know I'm kind of going on it at length, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm just so interested in terms of how. I guess it's because I always kind of like to imagine, like, what would I do if I saw me playing and I knew it wasn't me, like, what would I be inferring from looking at what they're doing? And the fact that I sort of know that under my particular set of tools, I would potentially make a number of mistaken inferences. And the fact that the people who are making this game know it well enough that each subsequent update, I've sort of been thinking, oh wow, you know, this is addressing exactly the things that I was thinking of, or, you know, these are some of the things that I was exploiting, or, you know, that's a really good idea, I never thought of that at all. This is why they get paid to do this. It's one of the reasons why early access is really fun. But I don't know. Number two, it's one of the things that I like sort of chewing on and sometimes talking about in terms of the stream. But let's take a quick second here and see what's the deal. I suspect this has been going on for a while. Okay. Entity does not have a component exception, cannot get movement speed current from... I have no way of knowing what that is. Maybe this explains why why the Sleipnir wasn't attacking. I mean, collisions can mean anything, right? I'm assuming that a collision is also going to handle the shots. Screen out of position. Okay, that's not worrying. That's really neat to see this log. The only thing is, I kind of need to figure out how I should report this. Because I don't know if it phones home or not. Okay, well, here's the easiest thing that I can do. So, I'm just sorry to do this, but I'm doing this so that I have at least a 1080 resolution screenshot of the log. Yeah, that's not as bad as I thought. This is really interesting here. Oh god, looking at some of these names, because I did notice a shift in the the music tone. God, I gotta see if I can find where all of this is held. I'm wondering if this is the game saying, hey, something went wrong, and I'm gonna send a screenshot. On the odd chance, if anybody who is related to the development of this game is seeing this and I've done something bad as far as reporting or failing to report this, please let me know and I will adjust things accordingly. I'm not going to make this a full stream of like debugging. I am, however, going to reset the game though, so sorry for those of you who don't like looking at technical stuff. I think this stuff is super cool. So 55-second battle, 5,394 damage taken, 12,325 damage inflicted, 89 actions planned, 1 almost 3 kilometers traveled, 2 units destroyed, 148 supplies on site. We got Bean Helga body parts. Oh, and some blackbirds. Medium machine gun. I don't usually use those. Possibly an improvement to the sniper rifle. It is a lock, which we're currently using. Okay. Defector rescued. Your squad emerges victorious, though tired from battle. The defector is safe, and you're able to rescue her from the station. I didn't know if you'd get to me in time, she says, relief evident on her face. I promised information in exchange for this extraction, didn't I? She hands you a sheaf of paper, and you unroll them to find valuable industrial blueprints. She's also brought some supplies from the station with her. Alright, you can dispatch a salvage team to the site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. So I'm going to salvage here. Okay. It's the... My god, it's already the 15th? So I'm just doing what the game is suggesting, sort of quitting out and starting up again. But that was a really fun one. So I do know whenever I do that encounter, sending the recon team is always... So sending the recon team is dangerous because it's possible somebody will sort of will get caught, and then we have to deal with the smaller unit. The bigger worry I had really was the fact that, let's face it, having your slowest mech and then your melee mech, that's I was fully prepared to lose a unit there. So, but those are, as I'll admit, some of those missions are my most favorite ones, because remember that really devastating mission we got? I think it was actually at the start of this patch, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been the one before. But it was like the squad basically got wiped out. But then that was the time for the Lance to sort of stand up and just demolish. I think there were 3 other... I think it was 3 other mechs or something like that. There's a video of it, obviously. But that was a lot of fun. Again, it's sometimes fun to just like, if you're playing a game about mechs, chances are you're not as worried about a fair fight, right? Sometimes you just want to run into a row of tanks and demolish them. But the ones where you really feel like it's touch and go, those can be really fun too. At least for me. Like I do really like winning. And I do know that in some cases I do reload. I do find reloading is a really great way to learn a game. And I try not to constantly like re-roll whenever there's a loss. But I don't know. I always tend to err on the side of being able to do something new or doing something interesting or try to do something differently. So, and I know I always get static about it, but... Well, no, actually, people have been pretty nice, all told. I think it's only a handful of people that like to comment, but it's definitely that one in particular. Given that I've been relying a little bit on running around and trying to get just trying to find different locations, trying to get some extra missions done. I wanted to try and get the early win of just sneaking in and sneaking out, but obviously I had to pay in that case with an understrength force. I don't think it'll be either of these ones, but at this point I've already taken the time, so we'll see if there's any salvage for me to pick up. Oh, no. So that was what I was talking about before earlier. If there's a fight that you don't think you can take on, you can use a smoke screen to save your bacon. The bad guys have been reasonably kind and not sending me any siege units. So I think it is fair to say that any opportunities to salvage have vanished. Nope, last one. As your renown rises and people hear of the good your pilots are doing, you start to get more requests from people who would like to join your ranks. Some of them fought in the last war, others are untested but full of passion after watching the enemy wreck their homes. This settlement in particular has pilots clamoring to join you. If resources permit, it may be a good opportunity for you to strengthen your forces. Hint, pilots can be recruited in the mountain base and any settlement that is located in friendly territory. So I've already reached pilot capacity, and the B team's not that bad, but in this case we'll just wait for the salvage. Given the fact that we're probably going to be going after these outposts and spec op bases and all of that, I'll probably visit the village. This is the first time we failed to arrive in time for a village. And this is actually where I'm a little scared that the villagers who were abducted, it may, I'm hoping they were abducted for holding, not for anything more sinister, because we had to go and deal with sieges before. We're definitely not rescuing them in, on a timeline, let's say. Or, well, you know what I mean. Okay, but we are ready to bring the fight to the enemy. I want to take a quick second here and take a look at my pilots and see the level. Okay, so everybody's evened out in terms of fatigue. One really important thing for me has been Tango, who pilots the Lance. I believe she has been with us on every single mission, and so essentially, even if she has very high fatigue, I pretty much feel obligated to bring her with the team. So Polaris and Kilo are a couple of other veterans, but I believe it is the case that Tango is the only one who has been in every encounter. I think that's because you start with 2, if I'm not mistaken, and then I think the other pilot was out for one of the missions. Alright, assault. You can attempt to gain control of this structure by mounting an assault with your squad. This is an outpost raid. The branch special ops. Visual range full intel. Hope on defeat 17. So I've always wondered about this hope on defeat. So it doesn't give you like a tooltip if you mouse over it. This is, by the way, one thing I will say. Actually, let's take a look at this. This applies for a lot of games, but one thing I have heard somewhat frequently from people is, oh, I'm just really not good at strat. Like, I want to like strategy games, but I'm just no good at them. I don't know what's going on. First thing to keep in mind is that depending on the strategy game you're playing, that might be by design. So I have no idea what the hell I'm doing in real-time strategy games. And I think that's some of the appeal of real-time strategy games, that you do not sit down and meditate on the perfect approach to every circumstance. For me, obviously, I will make a meal out of every single turn in Phantom Brigade, because that's just who I am, right? Same as if I'm analyzing data. Like, I will... if I think there is a small improvement, or if there's a worry, like it's a time series, it's like, check for the unit routes or whatever. That's actually probably more of a basic thing. That's maybe, everybody should probably be doing that. But, like, you get the idea, right? Like, there's always going to be another little bit of polish to do on things. But one of the things you can do to try and help yourself in a strategy game is to just mouse over things. because most of them will have sort of little helpers inside of the game. And more importantly, you don't need to keep everything inside of your head all at once. What you can do is you can focus on what you need at the time, the information that's most relevant to you, and you can take yourself pretty far with that. At some point, you want to develop your sophistication so that you can anticipate what sort of the next couple of moves might involve. But again, like, not everything has to be, you know, Operation Overlord. Like, sometimes you can just sit down, enjoy a strategy game, and say, I'm going to make sure that I get better at X today. Or, of course, the far more important goal, I'm just going to have fun today. But hopefully that's true for every game that you play. All right, so smash and grab mission. Or here it says Outpost Raid, Smash and Grab. I don't know if these are supposed to be different, but expected mission types associated with the location. Various places on the map differ not just in units that might be deployed there, but also in objectives your squad might need to accomplish there. For instance, some missions could be about stealing supplies instead of simply eliminating all hostiles. Branch of invasion forces. Different branches use different equipment and unit compositions. A highly specialized squad of mechs. They're usually extremely mobile units carrying specialized equipment. Normal, expected approximate difficulty of the enemy, ranging from 1 to 5. Difficulty rating doesn't take your level or number of units into account. Closing in and committing to a fight would allow for more precise estimation. The number at the bottom is the level of units in this area. Level affects weapon damages, unit integrity, and pilot resistance, so be cautious about engaging enemy sites and patrols with a level considerably higher than yours. So the one thing that wasn't clear for me is hope on defeat. I'm assuming that's the defeat of the enemy, or it could be this is hope that you get for just trying. I'm not sure. A resupply point. They're often well guarded, and units are eager to call for reinforcements if attacked. Raids with retreat options allow for loot without having to eliminate all hostiles. Anyways, we're suiting up, and we did get some gear, so let's take a minute and see what we can play with. It's a bunch of Helga bodies, but honestly, if it's not light, I'm probably not going to use it. No melee for me to speak of. Right, I've got that medium beam arm, so there is some room for adjustment here. It is fairly weak. I mean, this is probably the biggest problem that I have with my Sleipnir right now, is just the fact that its primary weapon, the one that really makes all the plays, is it's one of my most fragile parts. Like, even so, obviously there's the regenerating banner and all, but it's barrier, but if you look at it right, it's 260 damage absorption. Now, admittedly, some of that recharges, but like, that's not a lot. I've had sniper rifles that will knock that off in one turn. And if you compare that to all other parts on the mech, the primary weapon is the least defended, which is not really where I would want it to be. Now, the fact of the matter is that it is very good for heat dissipation, and it is quite light. So it's easier said than done for getting rid of this thing. I can make life a little easier for me by switching the defensive subsystems to empty plating, but then we wind up in the same situation again, where unless I have a really obvious, like a really obvious candidate, one medium's as good as the other. For instance, this Elbrus is actually kind of tempting. Removing the barrier is a tough one. Oh, but see, the heat dissipation's already crummy, and I'm not able to adjust the. I'm not able to adjust the defensive, so there's no defensive mod, so we won't touch that. I've got my skinny little arrow legs, again, empty plating. Oh, wow. I've got empty plating. That's a really weak right arm, then. Yikes. Okay, I really got to get rid of that thing. Yeah, pretty unlikely I'm going to get rid of these legs, then, especially given that everything is sort of heavy to medium. Okay, nothing for the Sleipnir. Let's get the Hermes. So Hermes is a highly mobile unit with an assault rifle. I have been looking for an upgrade to the assault rifle because it feels like it's been forever since I found one. Now, this Blackbird M is, or the medium Blackbird is a pretty solid piece of kit. So I think it's unlikely that I'm going to be replacing it, but yeah, all of this is just so heavy. Now again, that comes after putting the empty plating on, so as long as I have something with defensive subsystems, we might be able to consider it. But turns out all of these things have mobility, so we are currently packing the heavy handgun, the Firestarter. I could give it a missile launcher, but I don't quite see the value there. The burst assault rifle, huh? I mean, it's not all that different, but I do prefer the damage, though. So maybe as a reference here, it's quite credible to say that something like the Hermes could attack the Sleipnir. If you take a look at the damage in the volley, basically half of that volley needs to hit, and as long as it hits the right arm, it's I've lost the main weapon for my melee. Okay, currently has a Nox light and probably empty plating. Yup. Well, I don't have any new body parts there. Blackbird medium legs, I'm assuming with empty plating. No, hydraulics. Okay. I could throw hydraulics on this one too. So the bean is better heat dissipation. Lower integrity overall, but I could... Oh no, that's not true. The bean is actually better in that regard. Okay, I'm going to mess around a little bit here. What I'm going to do, instead of switching out equipment, what I am going to do here is I'm going to switch this to an excellent reactor. That way I'm comparing sort of apples to apples. Because I know I can always switch back to the hydraulics. And that way I'm only changing one thing rather than more than one. I think that was an excellent reactor on the bean. Okay, so the bean gives us better overall survivability, still higher mass though. So I think I'm gonna stick with what I know. Behemoth has definitely transformed itself a few times in the order. Again, it's really hard to mess with that plating. Oh yes, I do want to check out the lance and see if I can give it a better shield. Probably not, but you never know. Do I want to give you the bean arm? No. I believe there was the potential for a better sniper rifle though, so let's take a quick look there. What are we looking at? So definitely overall better damage with this lock. Generates more heat. It also looks like it's got a longer interval. I don't actually like the longer intervals. I'm actually kind of curious why it lists extra duration as a good thing, because yeah, this is a weird one actually. So if I want to go for like just the full amount of damage, which is very, that's a bit of a, I think that's a bit of a question mark for me, because the fact of the matter is this never hits for the full volley. It should be doing a clean 1,000 damage. So by comparison, you know, an extra 130, so it's almost 100 extra damage. That should mean something. Now the DPS goes down because it takes longer on the optimal interval. That's kind of where things suddenly get complicated. These are basically the same weapon. But yeah, if I'm generating more heat and it's taking me longer to fire this thing, I think I made the right decision with this mech originally. So that will leave me with the Lance. The Lance might have a better shield, in fact. So we've got the Helga. The big trick here with the big trick here with these units is that, or with this unit in particular, is because I'm not focused so much on on the weight. I don't want to make it like the fastest thing possible. This one tends to get all of the best parts because it's the only one that's really fighting for heavy parts. Anyways, I wanted to see if the Svalin is going to help. Yeah, so this Ajax shield is not what the doctor ordered, but I believe there was a new Svalin. This thing is even heavier. Okay, so the key here, it's all well and good for this thing to be heavier right now. See, the mass is almost certainly going to make it win, no matter what. This has got the empty plating, so even if I were to stick the... Yeah, I'm fine with... Okay. No changes. I'm a little worried that I'm getting a bit too conservative with my loadouts, but I don't know. It doesn't hurt to verify that this is working for me. And here they are. Great timing. Our big bird is about to do another pass. They'll send backup our way, so don't panic and hold out for a minute. So a few moving parts to these. These missions are pretty fun. So I believe the way this works now. Oh no, actually, sorry. This might be different. It looks like this one might be the smash and grab. So we got 2 turns before the reinforcements arrive. With the hit and run update, these missions now work so that, or no, sorry, I believe these missions were added in the hit and run update. Basically, you want to spend 2 turns on these. A drone will come pick them up, and you have the option of just straight up leaving the mission after. Now that's not what we're gonna do, because we paid for these mechs and we're going to get our money's worth. But now the biggest problem I have with this attack right here, as much as I would like to do it, is I have a feeling that I'm just going to shoot straight into the buildings. So a lot of this turn is going to be spent getting myself to a proper perch. This unit will have moved by the time they're there, so I'm not too worried about that. And then hopefully we have some heat left over to rain down some misery. Yep. So the other thing that's nice here is that there's not a lot of movement on this attack. So this is the Blackbird, this is my sniper, ideal for a long range. Notice I'm basically ignoring this attack that's coming in. Now I am going to want to deal with that because it is machine gun fire, but of course that's what we have the Lance for. And it does look like this unit's going to be attacking with the sniper rifle, so it's rather convenient that I can throw my shield up right around the time that this is going to become an issue. I'm actually going to point the no, sorry, I will point the shield at the person who's attacking them. I'll just make sure I'm in the right place. Fortunately, the shield doesn't last quite as long as it needs to, so... Basically, the idea here is to try and close the distance as much as possible. Oh, actually... I haven't even tasted your option, so spend the turn moving like that. And obviously the hope is that we wind up... I wonder if I can be even more aggressive in that turn. So... The idea here is I want to try and have this unit hit their ally in the back. So while they're busy trying to hit this guy, or rather he's going to try and hit the lance, hopefully he's hitting the machine gunner in the back. So that's kind of 2 units taken care of this turn. So 1 getting to a perch and shooting, again at the risk of taking some machine gun fire, which I'm hoping the lance will at least partially deal with. Now the rest of the team needs to run in and find out how they're going to contribute. I don't think I'm going to be able to jet my way through. Yeah, that's just going to smack people in the back of the head. So I'm going to take my Sleipnir. Huh. All right, well, let's just dash where I want to go then. So it looks like for some reason it doesn't want to walk me down this ramp, so I'm just going to dash. This is admittedly not the move I had in mind when I was starting this turn, but really this is all about getting me into position to be able to do an attack on these guys, so I can live with it. Now you might ask the question, well, why didn't you just kind of run up forward? And it's because running up forward is going to be interrupted by the buildings as well as my own mechs. So here... I'm able to get my other rifle unit, and we can have our own fun. Hopefully we can have our own fun. Skinny Man Gamer, is this game better than XCOM 2? Seems too finicky. Well, the important thing to remember is that XCOM 2 is a sequel to an already very good game, which was... like all of the testing in that was done internal to Firaxis, whereas this is an independent game which is currently in early access. So I know a lot of I think what you're talking about in terms of finicky is working out all of the UI details. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry to do this, guys. I'd actually like to share this because I think this will be enlightening. Let me see if I can find this talk. But yeah, like this game is definitely currently being made. I think people who like XCOM will probably like this game. But I think probably this game is better compared to either Into the Breach or Frozen Synapse, although the comparisons to Frozen Synapse might be a little more superficial than it seems, because Frozen Synapse is about how you don't know what your enemy is about to do and you're trying to work through sort of your best guess, whereas this game is all about having perfect information about what your enemy is going to do, and that's sort of what Into the Breach plays with. Let me see if I can find this here. I won't spend too much more time on this, but basically there's a GDC talk somewhere that shows what XCOM looked like at the very start. Like before they knew what the game would be. And it's very different from what... Oh yeah, okay. I'm just going to take a quick second here and see if I can... Okay. This may not even... Okay. It's possible this talk is not the one that I was looking for. for those of you that are interested, this is a GDC talk it's on the art direction of XCOM actually, but basically I believe this one, they talk about this, so before they started making the game, they made sort of this animated movie of what the game would feel like when you play it. And so the idea here is it looked like you were playing a game, and it was to sort of inform the idea of what the game would be like. And in it, you see things like time units, which were in the original XCOM, but were dropped for XCOM and XCOM 2. And so, a lot of what makes XCOM and XCOM 2 very good are the things that we didn't, they tried and we didn't get to see because they didn't really work out and didn't include inside the main game. So with all of that in mind, I think XCOM 2 is probably one of my favorite games ever. I think it's an excellent game. I don't know if I'm quite in a position to make a comparison between the two games because I think they're sufficiently different that I don't know how helpful such a comparison would be. I will definitely say there are some elements that will make this game potentially frustrating to somebody looking for a finished experience because it is still an early access game. So for instance, things like the way the melee attacks react and so on and so forth. But as a fan of sort of tactical strategy games, like this game has been like just one source for clips and highlights after another. Like this game is incredibly fun. And I will show you that by showing you how the turn is going to play out. So just as a recap, what we're doing, I'm kind of letting everybody run across the roofs just because it seems like it's high ground. It's nice. It's a way to sort of get the attacks in early. I'm going to try and get this guy to attack his friend in the back, and this is just through a combination of the placement of the Behemoth and the Lance. The Sleipnir's really not doing anything this turn. They're really just getting into position, but that's because I've got a little bit of a bottleneck over here. And I didn't even really look at what we're up against. It looks like it's machine guns and sniper rifles, but what we're really interested in here is to see how well the hit the enemy in the back of the head works. Okay, so mostly hitting what it's supposed to. Oh, that guy's totally done. I didn't pay too much attention to see how much of that was from his ally, but that's absolutely fantastic that unit's totally done. So we're talking about whether or not the game's finicky and how enjoyable it is. So if you've ever edited video, like if you've ever used a nonlinear editing system, the turns work very similar to that sort of environment. In fact, I don't think I'm going to move. So you can sort of scrub your playhead wherever you want to go. You can sort of treat your attack. So this may not be a helpful analogy for people who have not edited videos, but you can almost sort of think about your moves as clips. You place them on a timeline in order to kind of create what you want. I don't know if this is like one of these points where I feel like I'm in an English class and it's like the night before and I'm really reaching for examples. I don't know if this is specifically intended because it is a very cinematic game. Like you have lots of opportunities to sort of run in and swoop in with the camera. I mean, even this, like, if you wanted to sit down and play around, you could get some really good little screenshots out of it. And once the replay functionality is implemented, like there's a whole bunch of different angles that, you could sort of see yourself, you can kind of see yourself working with. It's definitely a very, very good looking game, even in this early state. But I've sort of wondered if the idea of the AI that's predicting enemy attacks and your responses to them, the fact that it's set up as a nonlinear editing system, I don't know if that's a subtle reinforcement of it, or if it just happens to be that that's just a very convenient way of sort of communicating the ideas that they wanted to. I, of course, have the experience of having done quite a bit of editing. And in fact, oddly enough, none of it related to streaming, all of it in previous career. But in this case, this is kind of the heart and soul of the tactical half of the game. There's a strategic level, just like an XCOM. But we only have one target now, so this is going to be convenient. We already know that they're going to be using their sniper rifle on the behemoth, so what I want to try and do is move the... So this is where I kind of get to what I was talking about in the previous map. I've said this a couple of streams now. The first way that you can play a game like this is just to deal with your immediate problems. So, you know, for me, I would say, okay, well, they're attacking the behemoth. The behemoth is way out, you know, at the top of a building. I want to get the behemoth out of the way. Well, mission accomplished, right? They're going to have to shoot through about 4 buildings to hit my behemoth. My behemoth's not necessarily going to be able to do any attacks, but we don't lose a whole lot either. Now, there's other answers that I have to that circumstance. For instance, one thing I might want to do is if I know they're already committed to attacking this person, and it winds up taking about half of their turn. So if I had some way of moving the behemoth so that they were actually up here, I could take an objective, and then they would have their back turned, and so I'd potentially be able to knock out the pilot. And that would be overall a much more effective turn than just simply sort of moving the behemoth out of danger and letting everybody else attack conventionally. I'm actually going to do something different with the Hermes. The Hermes is a really fast-moving mech, so I want to take advantage of that and start getting some objectives in. And of course, the other bit of good news is that that doesn't stop me from being able to fire my gun. Although it may be smarter for me to use my sidearm. Well, even that's kind of pushing it, but... And I'm assuming I can't get another batch. Yeah, I just cook. Okay, well, you know, run by with the sidearm and then hit him that way. Now, one thing I want to see if I can do with the Sleipnir is get a melee attack in. Looks like I can, and in fact it happens just so. If you notice, we move in, so we're done our attack with our sidearm, we come in for the melee attack, and as soon as we're clear, we start with the assault rifle. Now what it does do is it denies me the Sleipnir from taking one of these objectives, but I figure being able to do damage to an enemy and being able to sort of take them down for a little while is probably preferable to just saying, oh, you know, I got an objective which I'm going to be able to, you know, come after at any other time. So I'm moving forward for the first little bit just because I don't want to get caught in the crossfire, and then we move over to claim our prize. Okay, so the reason why I wanted to move the Sleipnir first is because my lance is going to be lumbering in and probably colliding with things. So if I can sort of let the Sleipnir have the right of way, I can sort of come in with any cleanup duty. So this is about as good as I'm going to get it. I don't really hit a wall. I am curious, though, to see whether or not I barrel into... Yep, I still barrel into my own guy, so we will wait just a little bit. Now we lumber along, and alright, so I wind up... Notice, just even a fraction of a second makes all the difference as far as the attacks are concerned, so... So if I'm on... Yeah, if I'm on the approach, that doesn't work. Yeah, this is about as good as I can hope. It's also possible that this unit's going to get knocked way off course. But this is a pretty good attack for the lance to make because the shotgun is not going to hit anybody behind them. So we're back to our original question, which is what is the best way for me to handle my my behemoth? We know that it's going to be attacked this turn. Do I want to get them back into position for another attack? Do I want to reposition them? What do I want to try and accomplish this turn with this unit? I'm going to do something kind of counterintuitive here. I think I'm going to walk them up, and I'm actually going to get them to dash down. And that's going to cause a bit of an overheat. See, yeah. That's the problem, is that if I do that, then they wind up hitting the wrong stuff. Okay. This is going to be kind of a vanilla turn then, so we will wait out the attack on the base level. So basically the wait happens until the melee attack connects. And I'm actually going to start, well, I probably would normally start moving them to the objective, but somebody else is going to get there first. So dropping in, command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. Okay, so reinforcements, I think that's the last of them. Now, we do need to keep somebody here for the rest of the turn, otherwise we don't get the objective. What I am going to do is I'm going to take my Sleipnir, I'm going to run them up. I'm going to run them up here. This unit still wants to attack. I'm a little surprised about that, but fair enough. So I'll confess this is a little inconvenient for me, but I will make it work. So what I'm trying to do here is maximize the amount of damage that we do before this attack occurs. And the attack will run through to the end of the timeline. So I do want to stand in place in order to be able to get the item. I think what I'll do here is I'll wait to get the attack done, and then I'll move slightly so that I don't think the supplies give me that. So, I mean, in reality, you probably would not want to use the supplies as cover, but I don't know if the game penalizes you for doing that sort of a thing. So I'm gonna cheat. All right, now the one drawback is that if I've tied up 2 of my units on objectives, so one, the Hermes is trying to sort of fight for its life. This isn't a terrible decision because in the end they're going to be able to move in on on the enemy, probably the fastest out of my squad. So them being far away is probably the least damaging, but it does still mean that I have a unit that's not taking out these new arrivals. The behemoth kind of being behind, though, might be an edge in that regard. So I'm actually going to get 2 sets of sniper shots. If we can take this unit out before it gets a turn, so much the better. Then we just have one unit left. So we're kind of standing put on these. The lance is going to move forward to try and do what it can, but of course we're too far away to have any meaningful impact on the enemy units. So in this case, we're just sort of relying on the previous 2 attacks doing what they need to, and essentially hoping for the best. All right, well, left arm's down, so yeah, no surprises there. Okay, so we didn't successfully take this guy out. However, their torso... Yeah, okay, their torso's already done for, so they're going to eject, assuming that they survive at all. Commander, the base is circled around... Oh, sorry. Didn't read that on time. Okay, so I'm going to take my Hermes. I'm going to dash them forward, and then they're just going to run. And the objective here is just to try and take out the enemy as soon as possible. So they're going to be using their sniper rifle. Oh, I'm going after the wrong guy. They're going to be using the sniper rifle on the lance. There's a couple of ways that I can react to that. Again, the easy way, just move to the side. So I'll give this as a template. So the easy answer, move to the side, let everybody else deal with this opponent. If I have a way of getting the lance to go in this region, this is better because then their back will face us. So for now, I'm going to move this unit over here because it protects them, and then we'll see if, with all of the other decisions that we make, is there anything that I can do to move the lance to put it in a better position. So I am curious how quickly I can fire this thing. All right. That kind of works for me anyway, because it seems to me that they stay put for the majority of the turn afterwards. So I'm just going to wait this out here. Yeah. perhaps unsurprising that I'm not able to do two batches. So the fact that we have another bullet that's coming on the way to the pilot that's ejecting, I have a feeling that this is probably not gonna end well for them. But we can hope. Sleipnir doesn't have a lot to contribute right now, so I'll just keep them on the objective. And then the rest of this is really just seeing how quickly I can get the Hermes in and taking out the bad guys. And in this case, it doesn't hurt to wait. So the one thing that I'm losing by moving this attack a little bit forward is that the heat is going to be generating later, and so it'll be crossing over, and the more of it will be crossing over into the next turn, but I do gain the advantage of attacking while standing still, so I'm going to take advantage of that. This is a pretty decent position too, because if the enemy decides to attack, I can just run around the corner. So everybody is accounted for except the Lance, who is feeling kind of sorry for themselves just sitting behind the building. So a few other alternatives I can consider. Dash forward and run behind this building. If I do that, it's not very good cover, and it doesn't really give me what I want. The Lance is the slow-moving one, so honestly, the best answer is to just move to the closest bit of cover. We'll wait out the turn for however long is needed. That's probably not as long as needed. And you know what, just in the interests of safety. It is a machine gun, right? So it's admittedly medium, so it's not the end of the world, but it's still... it can still hurt. So once the fire is done, we'll sneak back out. And what I tend to like to do, if somebody's going to be inconveniencing us like this, I do tend to like to put up the shield because it costs nothing to raise the shield, but it does potentially give you a little bit of an edge. I have definitely seen cases where machine guns chew straight through buildings just over time. So rather than find out, oh dear, I lost my left arm and now I don't have a shield anymore, it's better to just put up the shield as a caution. Oop, who doesn't have an order? The Sleipnir, no doubt. Yep. Hey, he lives! Oh, he did get hit, see? Told you. Fortunately, that all went into the shield, and it might be the only damage we wind up taking this entire encounter. Now, this is really interesting. So they are only using their shield this turn, and they are focusing that shield on Tango. Okay, so I can use that to my advantage. What I want to make sure is that Tango moves wherever... So Tango has to be facing wherever I don't want the shield to be. And the easiest answer for that is if I just charge Tango forward. Actually, I can probably get a little bit of an edge in. I have 2 seconds before they put that thing up. Okay, so that it's just the tail end of that, which... Okay, so the window where this is going to happen... Okay. I know exactly what I need to do with the Hermes, so I'm going to move the Hermes down the street. Now, the one worry that I have here is that when I do this attack... Nope, that's going to go into the side of the building, so that turns out. I went a little too far. I think if I do something like this, I'm in a better position. I'll explain this in a little bit. I just need to work out the angles. I'm pretty sure I can't get away with a third. Yeah, I cook. Okay, so the idea here is that while this while this unit is trying to defend against the lance, this unit moves in behind and attacks them in the rear. Now, I'm not usually good enough to be able to pull this off to get a proper KO on the opponent. It's usually more of a I got lucky rather than I've done this by design. But the thing is the more you do something, you know, if you treat it like... So if you take little opportunities like that each time they come up, you are going to increase the likelihood that you quote-unquote get lucky immensely. So this is one thing I try and do in most games, especially games that have sort of a probability element. You know, if you have a... You know, if you have an attack that's really, really good, but it's uncertain, you want to try and create situations in which you use it as often as possible, because then you can start to make some predictions about it, right? Like if you know that the thing hits 20% of the time, you know that the majority of its uses are not going to give you anything. So you don't want it to be sort of the thing where it's the hero shot. You need someone to... You know, you really need that unit to pull it off, otherwise the day is lost. But what you can sometimes get in those situations is... see, I closed the distance. Well, there's another way I can handle this. So basically, you know, if you're relying on a 20% probability event for, you know, I'm going to lose my pilot if that happens or not, you should be building in the expectation that you lose your pilot. But if, on the other hand, you want to build a strategy around something that has a 20% chance of happening, but when it does this incredible damage, if you can build a strategy in which you just keep rolling the dice over and over and over again, of course, it's much more likely that you're going to see that expected value, right? If you're, you know, it sort of says that on average, the thing does more damage once you account for the number of times it misses. As long as you're able to actually realize that probability, it tends to work out in your favor. So in this particular case here, most of the time when I say I really want to knock out someone with this strategy, it's not going to happen on that turn. The more I employ it, the more that I sort of say, okay, well, I'm gonna at least try. Every once in a while, there's going to be that time where it really does happen, and I'm ahead. I'm ahead as a result of it. I probably didn't require that much unpacking, but I'm trying to figure out what I need to do with my... So if I move the Sleipnir up here... So I might be able to get a... Actually, you know what? A secondary strike wouldn't be the worst thing to happen to me. So we run in, shotgun finishes. Possible friendly fire incident. You know what? I know it's boring, but the Sleipnir can just stay in reserve. Alright, well, yeah, for all that planning. Congratulations, you now have control of the site and may see hope rise in the region. 25-second battle, 1,362 damage taken, 6,013 damage inflicted, no units lost on our side, no subsystems on site, 67 actions planned, 1,203 meters traveled, 3 units destroyed, no parts, 93 supplies on site. Possible improvement to the sniper rifle, which is good, so you can dispatch a salvage team to the site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. So yeah, I don't know if this is catching your fancy, Skinny Man Gamer, but it's hopefully I've given you an idea, sort of through how I've played the game, how you know, I'm hoping at the very least, in terms of my enthusiasm for this game, the idea of why this game would appeal to someone who really likes XCOM comes across without me saying that it's the XCOM 2 of video games. Like they're two different games that will very likely appeal to the same people. Save the civilians. You've tracked down the civilians from the small village. This is the base where they're being kept. The only thing between them and you now are these enemy soldiers. So, base siege, expected mission types associated with this location, various places. Okay, no, this is the same. This is an elimination. Also special ops. Reinforced military structure for overseeing invaders' operations. It's heavily guarded, and attacking it will likely draw the attention of local patrols if they have not been eliminated, so caution is advised. So I don't want to spend too much time looking at my my loadouts, because I don't think there's going to be a whole lot, but we'll start with the Behemoth because there was that lock. Okay, so volley... Higher damage in the volley, even more range, which seems absolutely insane, but carries the... This is the problem, it carries the same defect that it carries the same defect that the other ones did. It's, Oh, hang on. I get it now. This thing is better duration. Okay, so all locks take that long to fire, and it's just this one that's got the better duration. I can't believe it took me that long to figure that out. Or not even figure it out, but notice that. Okay. It does look like there is a decent new missile launcher, though, and I am intrigued. So this is also a rapid. This is a... Wait. What? Is that really a primary only? No, there it is. Okay, so lower base damage, oddly enough. I don't think that's gonna matter. So, like, when you just take a look at the numbers here, right? So, base damage 2384. Apparently, this one's 21. Scatter determines the cone projectiles of a given weapon are fired into. Highly precise weapons like sniper rifles are characterized by low value, while close range weapons like shotguns typically possess a high scatter range. Now, I guess this is the funny thing, like, does scatter really matter when it comes to a missile launcher? I mean, we have definitely seen some cases where, I guess based on initial position, we've successfully dodged stuff, but is the enemy really going to be able to say, oh, they've got a much tighter grouping, you know, we better run behind the building instead of the hill this time? That seems fairly incredible, even if it was a human opponent I was against. What does interest me, though, is this, the higher damage in volley. So even though the base damage is lower, and it's firing the same number of shots, for some reason, it does 84 instead of 71. So I'm still going to bring this thing on anyway because it's just better. But I'm not being won over by the ad copy. As nice as the writing in the game is, like it's the specs that did the sale for this one. You know, it's funny, in a game like this, I don't always really think that much about the, hey, hello, what are we playing today? Never Mans. This is a game called Phantom Brigade. It's by Brace Yourself Games. Actually, I think this is by a developer that Brace Yourself Games acquired. And, I mean, they are now all part of Brace Yourself Games. But I believe this had its genesis in a project that was independent of them. But anyways, this is a really interesting, I guess you'd call it a cinematic turn-based tactics game. So if you like games like XCOM or Into the Breach, if you like games like BattleTech, it's very similar to that. I'll show you sort of the main game in just a little bit, but we're right now I'm just customizing customizing the team that I'm bringing into the fight now. This is my more sniper-oriented one, but it's got a missile launcher, and it looks like I found an upgrade, so I wanted to equip that. But I have been really enjoying. I've been playing this game every Monday for the past few weeks. The developer gave me a key for promotional purposes, but the game's been out for a while now, and I've been having a jolly good time with it, especially because they let me know that if you press the space bar, everything goes into very super slow motion. So this game is incredibly well animated, and I don't know, it looks very impressive. Okay. I don't really think there's a whole lot more for me to run with, but let me just take a second here and bring up the Sleipnir, because I did notice under the secondary items, I wasn't sure if that was a new... No, the cutter slice is still the same one. So even though this one has a higher level, I do like the extended range on the Slate. That was actually what let me get that attack in on a couple of missions this session. I don't think there's anything new for the Lance, but I wasn't taking a look too closely at the bodies, so what are we working with? Medium bean, we won't touch that. Yeah, it's a bunch of grays. I'm curious what we'll do with the grays that we find. If it's gonna... it doesn't feel like it's Diablo, where you just turn them into gold. Right now, they don't really serve to search. They don't really seem to serve much purpose. Kind of like supplies. Like supplies just keep going up and up and up, but we don't really need them in the game. On the other hand, we were also in this place with Industries of Titan, or like credits were just whatever. I don't really care about them, and then all of a sudden, credits became like the most important thing ever. So, and I have to assume that probably the strategic layer of the game is going to get touched up once the battles are a little more in line with what I think they have in mind. You know what? I think we're okay to go as is. I don't think there's anything for the Hermes. I do feel a little bad having the Greek god names in a game with very heavily inspired with Norse names, but all right. Node identification received. Targets continue closing in. Reinforcements needed. So. Oh, and we get my happy song. Okay, so eliminate all hostiles. Retreat to highlighted location to exit combat. Enemy will maintain control of the site in 6 turns. So it doesn't seem like this is the one where we want to take out the preliminary forces before sort of the main body shows up. I'm a little doubtful that we're going to be able to take these guys out in 2 turns when the reinforcements arrive because of this building being in the way. Let's see what we're up against. So, oh god! All right. What kind of missile launcher do they have? A rapid. Okay. Well, somebody's going to get to do some dancing. This might be pretty fun to watch, actually, if this turns out like the last time we went after a rapid. And what's his friend got? Oh, Jesus. Okay, 2 mechs firing swarms of missiles at my guys. What could possibly go wrong? And they're packing a machine gun and an assault rifle. All right, so if possible, I'd love to just knock this guy out and take the mech for scrap. That's not going to happen, though. Okay, so who's the target of these things? My beloved Hermes is the target of the first one, so he's basically just going to outrun them, which I'm totally fine with. In fact, I think probably I can build that turn right now. So run up during the attack. Okay, so run. Actually, just for a little extra distance, we'll jet first. Run while they're firing. A lot of these are going to go into the side of the building, which I'm okay with. I'm actually kind of curious if I can just pull one of these. I think this might be a little premature, but This is probably going to hit his friend in front, but I can't be fussy. So yeah, it's possible some of these missiles might hit me here, but I'm doing sort of two dodges. Okay, now the behemoth, if I can, I want to get them to a spot where they're going to be able to do some decent firing. We can do better than that, so dash for them as well. I might just be able to dash them on the roof. Okay. Okay, so we'll just wait a little bit while they get into the optimal range. So the reason I'm timing it this specific way is, again, look at the movement. It's only really at the end when they start moving like this attack. So if you just look at the way that the pattern goes, so it's kind of a straight line for the majority of this attack. It's only at the end when they need to turn their rifles. So the likelihood of us landing those shots are a lot higher than they would normally be. I, of course, have my own missile launcher, but we're not going to spoil the fun quite yet. Now the Lance is going to be moving pretty slow, but that doesn't mean that they can't contribute anything. Ah, yes. Okay, so this is going to be... This is the other target of the missiles. That's good to know. So actually, I think what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to get them to run up normally. Okay, so they're lobbing the missiles. They're coming from this direction here. Oh, this will be perfect. Okay, so we move forward. Oh god, I keep forgetting this thing moves so slow. All right. I would have preferred a slightly harder angle on the move. Alright, this will be interesting to watch. I don't know if this will be good at dodging the missiles, but the idea here is this. So, missiles start firing here, you know, lob, 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 lob. It is worth noting that there aren't buildings in the way, so they're almost certainly all going to be launching out. So he's moving forward. They're sort of coming after him, presumably sort of on this sort of a movement. And so right around the time that they would normally be landing, we push forward. Now, the building's not going to help too much. If in a perfect world, I would have gone along these buildings, but I got two factors that are going to be working against the Lance. One, it's slow. Two, I do have a sniper that's kind of cracking off shots over here. So if I cross the line of fire, I'd probably wind up with the marksman shot to the back of the head. So I'll just cross my fingers and hope it all turns out. Now the Sleipnir doesn't really have that much to do. I wonder if I wind up inconveniencing. Nope. I do kind of crowd through there, though. All right, well, here's a different way of handling that. It's not the most exciting move, but it gets them... They'll be in play for the next turn. Okay. So, because it's missiles, I gotta do it in slow-mo. Well, we can start, at least for them to start firing. Here we go. They're totally going to shoot the side of that building. Oh, maybe not. Who the hell just... Oh no! I should have checked for crashes. Alright, just as well we didn't show that in slow-mo. Okay, so the Hermes getting ready to do its dodge. So these things are on the wrong side, but they did hit the side of the building anyway, so we're all right there. I am really curious. So the prediction in terms of the missile movement's roughly where it is. The poor Sleipnir is just being dragged along. We might be too slow for this. I think this wound up hurting me. Maybe not. start the jet. And gave at least one of them the slip. Yep. Okay, so we successfully dodged a really big blunder with the Sleipnir. It turns out that there wasn't that much. Actually, it seems like this unit didn't take that much damage at all. It was this unit. I don't believe any of those are from the missiles. But our main goal of trying to dodge their initial attacks did succeed. And you can see that, admittedly, a bunch of sort of flesh wounds, a lot of barrier damage here, but we were able to cause them some grief. But now we actually need to start the turn in earnest. So both of them are focusing... No! Well, both of them are focusing on me, but one of them... Oh, this is devious, actually. So notice what's happening here. This one sort of just stands and delivers with their primary attack. Now, if I stand and take that in the chin, I'm wiped out. That's just not going to happen. But what happens if I dodge? Well, if I dodge, they just fired off a bunch of missiles. And so I wind up taking those to the face. So, I will not be outdone, though. Okay, so they will... Okay, they start lobbing missiles now, so we wait a little bit. Ooh, tight quarters. Okay, so if I dash there, I might get tagged. Tagged by the machine gun. What I am going to do, though, is... So again, they're still lobbing missiles at this point. But now I'm dodging through here. And I'm assuming this overheat, yeah. So some of these might hit because of proximity, but I'm kind of operating on the assumption that it's weird that these count as... Oh, it's probably this one. Does not have component. I mean, I should do what it says to... Huh. I don't know. I don't really want to kill the session every time that shows up, but I will probably wind up resetting. I need to get a better read on exactly how severe this is, because this seems to be coming up only during core gameplay loops, but then I'd never make progress if I don't believe they've implemented save for this yet. Aha. Okay. Let me go back to talking about the game. So, my ideal plan would be to shoot the person who is firing the machine gun. They're not in a convenient spot to do that, so I think my easiest move is to just... Alright, not great. Oof. So tricky angles. Alright, I don't have super high hopes, but it's something. Alright, that's too hot, so we'll take the shot and then leave it. Now, nobody's attacking the lance, so in addition to... okay, we'll move up, like... You know what, screw it, I'll just do a second dash. Okay, that should hopefully clear me before the... That'll hopefully clear me before the sniper shots actually happen. We'll fire our shotgun. Ideally, they're still attacking. Yep, so this is going to be a shotgun to the back. Unfortunately, I'm really high on heat, so I'll just kind of have to stand and wait. And the Sleipnir will finish crashing again. That's pretty humiliating what I did there, but the remaining question is there something fancy I can do melee-wise? And usually in urban environments, the answer is no. At least not until the next update. Sidearm? No. Okay, well, I do still want them as part of the encounter, so I'll move them up, but this is really to take on whatever happens to escape. Now, I am definitely most interested in what happens with this set of missiles, so. Okay, so rockets starting now. Sniper's doing a decent job. Most important thing is that the Hermes not get hit. Well, like, one bullet's not the end of the world, but all of this is kind of built around trying to waste the enemy's time. Okay, that's a great hit, so we just took out their primary weapon. Unfortunately, it does mean that they're going to be firing missiles at us for the rest of the turn. That's less great. Okay, so we're dashing. They're all going to be coming at us from this direction. I'm not quite so sure that running around the corner is going to do it, though. Might help with this one. Alright, never bet against the Hermes. They're still in trouble. We've got a couple of guys coming after us here. Rebel units in visual range. Landing ETA 3 seconds. Expecting another group to land shortly. Okay, so let's see what we're dealing with. They're coming up behind me. Now I can safely ignore them for one turn. This is the big thing, is that we spent so much time dancing around the missiles that we didn't actually get the kill. So there's a couple things I can do to try and work this in my favor. So wait this out. So I'm holding my lance in position because this is still an optimal range for the shotgun, but what I'll do is... actually, I didn't think I was going to do it this way, but it's probably better for me to start walking on the next opponent. Okay, so they're going to be lobbing rockets at the behemoth, so I want to see if there's anything I can do to stop those shenanigans. And looks like they're taking an assault rifle after the Sleipnir, so what I want to do is get to them first. And again, it's an urban environment, so it's really tricky to actually get these maneuvers done. But it's not impossible, and you feel like a genius if it all turns out. Okay, so the edge of that building's hitting me there. I think that's going to be true no matter what I try, actually. Yeah. Okay, so if I full-on run ahead like this... Okay, there's no straight attack like that, but there might be... Okay, this is the best I can hope for. This is when they start their attack too, so it's not ideal, so what's my alternative? Around the corner like this? Looks like it. Okay, actually no, this is weirdly enough, this actually has some promise. Let's say I dashed. So the hope was I was going to somehow hop on top of this unit before it lobs its missiles. Unfortunately, if I try to do it here, I'm going to get a different heights warning. Well, and also collision warning, apparently. I mean, I'll verify that I can't do it. I think it's worth checking, but... yeah. So I was thinking I might try and run them to the other side of the group, and yet I feel like if I could somehow get them to knock down the missiles before they actually show up. The other problem is that this needs to happen, like this needs to happen with the primary weapon, because that's the only one that actually knocks down enemies. Anyways, that was a bit of a pipe dream, so let's just run around the corner for safety. We'll wait out the attack. It doesn't actually last that long. And then see if we can get revenge on the other side. Alright. Well, if I couldn't get the attack done the first time, I don't know why I think I can do it the second, but... again, worth checking possibilities. Okay, so what I'm going to do instead is run ahead and dash. So this is unfortunately a wasted turn for the Sleipnir, but with any luck it's going to bring them into play. I suppose the one thing it does do is it neutralizes the this attack, and that just means that the Hermes is going to be in a better position to... I don't know if I've got enough gas in the tank for another dash. Well, I do overheat a little bit, but I think I can live with that, to be honest. I mean, this is kind of a silly way to spend the turn. Yeah, I think I should just accept that I'm going to run hot and... I don't know, put some marshmallows on a stick in the cockpit or something. Okay. So I guess the last question is, what does the Behemoth do? The Behemoth is going to be the target of some missiles, but how they spend the start of their turn makes all the difference. So this seems to be the best opportunity for sniping, if it's going to happen at all. Okay, so the Sleipnir's not really in danger, and the missiles only start after that happens. So we'll wait the whole start of the turn. Nothing to be done with the new arrivals. I think... oh, I've got the perfect... yeah, here's how I deal with the missiles. Dash here, run behind the building. I'm gonna need to find a new spot to set up for sniping, but that's I can deal with that when the time comes. So we will at least slow motion to see how the remaining rockets go with the Hermes. Oh, I love this mech. It's going to be a shotgun coming up. Yeah, friendly fire. So that was the Behemoth firing the shot there. Oh, looks like there's still a stray missile that's going to hit us. That wasn't enough to take that guy out. That's a shame. That is extremely... That looks very John Woo there. Alright, this is a good one. So he's going to crash and fall to the ground. Oh, am I going to hit my own guy? Nope. Okay, so we'll have to see whether or not the threat from the missiles is realized. Looks like these two guys are going to wind up crashing into each other, though, which is encouraging. I don't know if they're going to give up. I'm assuming they would do so if they... Oh, well, this guy's definitely not giving up, but... Okay, so... Let's recap. We've got missiles in play which are threatening the Behemoth. I believe the Hermes has dealt with all of the threats to them. They're going to be finishing their attack on the unit I don't want to be attacking right now. So let's try... Oh, I'm just running too hot. Okay. Okay. Everybody wants to hit the Hermes. So I probably am not going to be able to get the shots off. So these guys are running with a marksman, and okay, it's a para-marksman. I need to take those projectiles seriously, but it does give me a chance to dodge the missiles coming after me. In fact, it might even just be as easy as running into close range with this guy. Okay, so we'll say that's neutralized. Now, the other thing that's really nice is nobody's really looking at the Sleipnir right now. So while this guy is firing his weapon at the Hermes, the Sleipnir comes in. It's a reasonably open area. Primary attack, and then for seconds we sneak up behind this guy. So they're either going to have to deal with them, or if they ignore them, they get a similar treatment. Okay, Behemoth was moving to try and deal with the missiles. I'm pretty sure these ones are going to creep around the edge. So perhaps... Yeah, and it looks like they're about to hit with the marksman anyway, so we'll run up. I think we'll do a dash to the side like this. This is actually going to have a really weird but really satisfying side effect, which is we actually get to set up. Now again, the melee attack here is probably going to cause problems for this, but we actually get to try and dodge the missiles, and at the very end of the move we do a sniper shot, which I believe just leaves the lance, which ostensibly is my tank, but is not really fulfilling that role this turn. So if I move them up like this, then they get in the way of the sniper shot. I think it's probably better that I just commit them to the long way around. And actually, come to think of it, it's better... I'm just going to prep them... So I'm just going to get this shot in now. That way I don't need to hit my Sleipnir with friendly fire, and then I can turn my attention over here if this doesn't turn out. So the biggest worry I have is that I'm leaving these two more or less alone. I also think they're probably my lowest threat right now, so though I am, of course, always curious to see how the missiles turn out. Alright. Well, can't win them all. Oh, these guys are flying all over the place. I really should have slowed this down. There's a bunch that just happened here. The Sleipnir already got its attack. Okay, so the Hermes is going to be able to dodge this next turn. Theoretically. Ooh, this one's pretty close. Alright. What a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. Alright. So we've got 6 on the field, nothing taken down yet. So Hermes, we're going to set them up for a dodge. And looks like somebody wants to attack them anyway. Ah, it's more missiles again, so probably shouldn't see this as all that credible of a threat, to be honest. But I'm going to run around the edge. And in fact, they arrive just in time for my own assault rifle. So I'm going to wait for the duration of that attack, and then I'm going to just run straight along. So the idea here is whatever remaining missiles, I try and dodge by dashing forward. We run through the sides of these buildings, ignoring effectively all of the attacks that are coming after us. When we get to the gap, we take a shot on this unit, which is the most likely to fall. And then we run behind cover for whatever likely retaliation's coming up next turn. Now, we did successfully take this unit out, so they're going to be they're going to be sort of on their own for the first 2 seconds. This gives a very, very good reason for the Sleipnir to do whatever magic it has in mind as soon as possible. But it also means that my sniper probably has a really good opportunity. So we'll move ahead. Nope, they're already back up when the opportunity arises. Well, I get a few shots in. So I think we'll take the opportunity that we have, and then this I'm likely going to need to retreat. I don't think I'm going to be able to stand and do these shots. Actually, you know what? Probably the better call is for me to do my... No, there's no way I'm going to be able... I have the heat to do a missile volley. If I get into a situation I can't do sniping, I have my own missiles that I can lob at people, and I might send them off to these two just so that we can finish the engagement. Okay. This unit looks like they're going to be coming after my lance. Now, I'm not that worried about them. They're not in the optimal firing range, and they're moving while hitting their marksman rifle, but I do still need to get the Sleipnir out of the position, so we will... Again, this is a primary attack, so it's basically gonna take them out of commission for a little bit. I'm gonna run around the edge. Oh, this will be interesting. Can I go in for seconds? I really felt like I should. No such luck. Alright, well, we'll peek behind a building. I have a feeling the Sleipnir is going to do cleanup duty on these folks, but... Okay, so, the Lance. I don't want them anywhere near this unit because, obviously, friendly fire issues. But I am probably going to be able to set myself up to anticipate this unit. So again, we'll stand and wait. At this point, I'm ignoring the fresh arrivals. I want to start. I want to start narrowing down the targets. This is more so I can just kind of keep people at a distance, and this does sort of leak into next turn, but I will live with it. Alright, we are going to get hit by that. Apparently not? I don't know what happened there. Alright, this guy went down. Alright, let's see what we're working with here. So, this unit is standing still for this turn. This unit's ejecting. Okay, so it's tempting to actually try and do more damage to these folks, but I want to start dealing with some of the fresh arrivals. So these guys are packing marksman rifles and missile launchers, and they know how to use them. But the Sleipnir is ready to pounce, it looks like. So, let's start. Again, I don't want to trip over myself in the Sleipnir, so let's just make sure that that... Oh, that's pretty good, actually. So there'll be missiles. They'll definitely be lobbing missiles, but at least one of them is going to get interrupted partway through. So, okay, so missiles are launching. I run my attack. I start running to the side. Try and run that. Oh, that works great. I'm gonna cook, but again, it's in the name of dodging missiles and looking cool doing it. So, okay, now Sleipnir is gonna turn on a dime after doing its melee attack. I want to see if I can go in and get this guy. Not this turn, but you better believe I'm showing up for seconds. Okay. This guy is going to still do an attack. I completely forgot about my behemoth. So the question is, do I want to move the behemoth? Or do I want to put the lance on cleanup? You know what? Lance is on cleanup duty over here. So we will... actually, it looks like I might be due for a shield move first, followed by a shotgun. This is a placeholder move for now. I need to decide what I want to do with the behemoth. So the natural question is, can I get sniper fire? Sort of, but not really. So I can try one of these. By the end of the turn, one of them comes into the optimal range. Actually, that works pretty well. Except that I'm going to hit the scrap that I want. So if I just move slightly to the left. Alright, that works a lot better. So either I hit this guy in the back or I hit the intended target. I believe that also makes me safe from... This guy is firing with his marksman. There's a couple things that might hit me, but I think I'm generally safe. I'm probably most nervous about the Hermes this turn. So, and at this point, there's a lot going on the table. So let's we'll do this in slow-mo. We're probably wrapping up for the night anyway. So. All right, here comes the magic moment. Oh, I misread that. I thought those were going to be missiles. Still works for me, though. Alright, the dash is probably... No! Oh my god, this dash might actually save him. They were going to crash into the ground anyway, so actually this dash cooks them for no reason. That's not going to finish firing till the end of the turn, so... Okay, so it didn't hit his ally. Didn't hit him either. Oh, that one did, though. And the Sleipnir has its next target. Commander, the base is circled around the perimeter. We're ready to pick up the squad if needed. Alright, so let's see who's quitting, and let's see who's still in the game. So... This unit wants to fire missiles still. This unit wants to fire primary weapons. This unit wants to fire primary weapons. astonishingly, this unit still has some fight in it too. So we'll fire one shotgun round, and then we're actually just going to turn our back. I am that confident enough in the shotgun attack that I'm just going to turn my back and not do anything. Okay, this is a slightly inconvenient place for this unit to be. So they are going to be shooting at me with their primary weapon. That does nothing to hurt me, so I'm in good shape there. I will revisit the Hermes, but obviously, given the fact that this thing's color is normally blue, we probably should be giving it a little bit of a rest. So... Oh, really? Okay, I bet you my mech's faster than your mech, dude. Not that fast. Okay, so let's just make sure that that works. Okay, so he does get a little bit of an attack off for the start. And I need to slightly angle things differently. Ooh! Okay, zip in. I'm pretty sure I'm going to trip over something doing that. Okay, so change the angle a little bit. Oh, the AI's a lot smarter than me. Okay, so if I just run in and bully them. Okay, it gives me a minimum range warning. Sneaky. I thought this was a slam dunk of a melee attack. Now again, this is under the old melee system, so I'm sure what I had in my head is going to be easier to do when the new patch arrives, but unfortunately we don't have that right now, so I'm trying to find the best way that I can get this attack done without stepping on the Alright, so that seems to indicate that we don't actually walk on anything. So, run through, hit. Okay, if the UI isn't lying to me, that will not wind up touching anybody. Well, it'll hit the intended target, obviously, but okay. Now, of course, I have the whole song and dance of making the most of this move. So, given that the problem with the next melee attack is that I'm going to be hitting the side of this building, I want to try and get as much as much distance in here for me to warm up the attack. Again, I think it's kind of unlikely that I'm going to be able to pull this off, but being able to fine-tune it. Yeah, so the problem is the closer they get, the tougher it is to deliver. But I can at least do a little bit of chip damage, so we run in, we manage to do the connection possibly at the end of the turn, which is good. Okay, Sleipnir's accounted for, and by this time the Hermes should have cooled down, although they are definitely looking kind of banged up. So they'll lie in wait. Dude shows up. And possible friendly fire. Okay, here's the thing. I don't actually need that secondary attack. I can just go somewhere safe. Okay, I want to know if there's anybody I can shotgun at the end of the map here. No, there is nobody I can shotgun at the end of the map here. So, final remaining question. There is nobody I can really effectively... there's really nobody for me to to hit with my sniper rifle right now, given that the most likely target's going to be hit with melee, and so I don't know where they're going to be ultimately. I do, however, have a perfectly functional missile pack, missile launcher. And I think it's time I used it. I don't think I can get 2 off. I'm pretty sure that's going to burn me up. Unbelievable. Well, of course I'm going to do 2 rounds of missile. How could I not? We'll wait on it for the first round. Actually, I got even a better idea. So we'll wait it out for the first round like this. And then we'll walk. So hopefully we've cleared the building just in time for the second batch to really get going. This will be ridiculous if this works. And again, I'm sorry to do so much slow motion, but there's a lot going on here. So just a quick recap of what's happening. So the Sleipnir needs to be going in and taking this guy out without tripping on anybody. Hermes is running around the side to sort of have return fire. The shotgunner Lance is going to... the Lance is going to hopefully deliver the coup de grace. If they don't, their back is turned for a retaliatory attack. And then we're doing some absolute nonsense with our missile launchers, which is probably the main reason for me to... it's probably the main reason for me to go slow-mo. Anyways. Looks like they got out without getting hit. So this guy, after that melee attack, is completely disabled. And looks like all of the missiles did successfully launch. So there's going to be a little bit of dancing that I need to do. But things are generally looking good. Okay, who still wants to fight after that is the real question. Okay, this guy's ejecting at the end of the turn. This guy's still going with the missiles. That's unbelievable. I think it's just... Okay, so this guy's out, this guy's shooting, and I believe that is it. So, who are they attacking? First question. Looks like all the love goes to the Lance. Okay, so first priority, of course, is that we were exchanging missiles. There's a bunch of angry warheads on their way to hurt my behemoth, and it's going to need a little while to cool down. So we're going to do... Ooh. I may not have the time required for this. Okay, so I'm a little worried about the time it's going to take. The behemoth is reasonably fast moving, so the idea here is that this is going to run. That's hopefully going to give it enough time to get some distance. We're like, the distance is going to close between the missiles and the behemoth. The question is, does this give them enough time to do the dash behind the building, or are they just going to zip around the corner? I'm not optimistic, but I've generally been pessimistic and wrong about the missiles before, so we're going to completely ignore this unit because it, well, I mean, I don't know how good it is for scrap. We've already taken out its weapon systems, but no point in being a jerk about it. The big question is what I can get the Sleipnir to do this turn. So the most sensible thing would be to walk forward and try and get a primary attack, because that knocks them down. And probably the story is going to be that the buildings are a little too narrow to make any of this work. Well, this works. The only thing is it happens after the primary attack. But that's fine because it's a marksman rifle, so I'm actually not that worried about it. So that works for me. We'll just walk off the attack. That also gives me the opportunity with the Hermes. So I'm gonna walk forward a little bit just to make sure that we're still in the optimal range. All right. And then whatever we have left over will go after. So the nice thing here is it's a bunch of attacks, hopefully on the backs of some very deserving mechs. Actually, this is going to be kind of fun. So in theory, I'm not saying this will be a good attack. I'm just saying that this is an attack that I can do as a prelude to throwing my shield up. So yeah, I think most of that's going into the wall, but we throw the shield up. Oh, hang on, but they're going to be lobbing missiles at him. Well, screw that. That changes the strategy completely. We get in their face and we just lob shotgun shells at him. Okay, let me just make sure that I'm not getting hit by the marksman unintentionally. Maybe, but not enough for me to change my movement. Okay, we've already got the Hermes on the case. Okay, so theoretically we've dodged the attacks from the missiles. I think the best I can hope for here would be, well, I'll lob some missiles at the... If nothing else, it'll take out their primary weapon. Alright, I really want to see how this turns out. This probably isn't the most exciting thing that could be happening on the map, but... Okay, it's fast, but it's not rocket fast. Yeah, it was. I took too long running. At least one of them is going to hit him in the back. Melee Mage, thank you very much for the host. I'm sorry you're not getting a notification. I don't know what's going on there. For those of you who do not know Melee Mage, in addition to living a life that is basically like Phantom Brigade, only in person, they are also a game developer based in Vancouver. So they're worth following because they actually do good broadcasts, but in addition to being a good broadcaster, they are somewhat topical in the sense that Brace Yourself Games is also Vancouver based. And I will do that shout out command in just a minute. So this was a total failure as far as missile dodging is concerned. Well, that's fine. Neither did I. So the gamble of saying that missiles fired directly in my face are not going to do anything was it paid off. This one may not, but now they're going to turn around and like this is going to suck in a second, but all right, they're done. Do. At this point, I'm just keeping the slow-mo on because this is easily my favorite song in the soundtrack. Anyways, Melee Mage, I feel like I definitely try to minimize the amount of time that I spend on Twitch, which I realize is bad because I'm not going to get any better as a broadcaster if I don't really... So I don't watch my own stuff. I actually really don't like the way that I talk during my my broadcasts. And if I don't watch other people, I'm not really going to get an idea about what people are into. It's kind of like saying that, you want to make movies, but you don't watch movies. But I feel like, I do try to show some support. I do try to watch people who I know. And I feel like Melee Mage is the one who gets sort of the least amount of direct chat attention. But I do tend to watch his stuff quite a bit. The biggest drawback is that I do tend to find that Melee Mage will stream at times that I'm streaming, and then occasionally will be streaming when I'm doing work in like another screen, and so I sort of nibble at his stream more than I watch it at great lengths, and that is a bit of a shame because I actually think he's very good not just for showing off some games, but he's gotten me into some games that I didn't really know existed. There was one that he was doing, it was like a dating game. It was like Kitty Powers Matchmaker meets Surgeon Simulator almost. Like you have to go on a date, and apparently you've got the pickiest date in the world who wants you to like feed them everything on the menu with your hands. Table manners, that's it, yes. Melee Mage, I like to try and give you all examples about why this is someone worth watching because, let's face it, Twitch is big. There's lots of channels. There's lots of very good channels out there that people just simply don't know about. And you can sit down and be grumpy about it. It's like, I'm never going to get noticed in this environment or whatever. But I think one of the best things that you can do in an environment like that is help people find what might be their next favorite channel or their next favorite game. And in the case of Melee Mage, I really feel like he has a little bit like a couple of others. El Canoe is another good example of this, and I think Night Valian's quickly kind of coming into this category as well. But I tend to appreciate games and genres that maybe I wouldn't have really glanced at before. For instance, I don't dislike JRPGs. I've played a few of them, and I like them quite a bit. But watching Melee Mage play a couple of them, I was like, oh man, like I almost feel like I've been playing them wrong. He seems to be enjoying this on a completely different level from what I've done before. I can't remember the name of the one that you were doing, but I mean that that JRPG you're playing is probably not all that descriptive. Either way, though, I also get to say, and this is very much sort of at the bottom of the list of things as far as you as a viewer, but definitely is important to me as a person. Melee Mage is one of the people who I got to meet at a really cool restaurant called EXP in Vancouver. Now, EXP is sadly closed, but it was a place where I got to meet a lot of really interesting people. Some of them, maybe Octopath Traveler? I didn't think I'd ever seen Octopath Traveler, but you were definitely the person I'd want to watch if you were playing it. This is a really long time ago, so it may not be something in your recent rotation, but I don't think I've seen you play Octopath recently. So, anyways, one way or the other. You know, I met Ponce. So in terms of streamers, possibly ones you would have heard of before. Ponce, the League of Legends streamer, Alex the Rambler, who at the time I met him was a Total War streamer, and obviously now he's doing another Special Paradox event. He's in their Mediterranean Hearts of Iron stream. Definitely somebody who has continued to grow and go from strength to strength. But Melee Mage is definitely somebody who was part of that, you know, cohort of people I met at that really wonderful restaurant, and I'm incredibly grateful I did, because he is remarkably friendly and is actually also incredibly tolerant for the fact that he seems to be spending a lot more time in my channel than I am in his. But I do also know that I have kind of this promise of alcoholic oblivion if I ever set foot in Vancouver again. So perhaps he's just simply biding his time. I believe in his case, revenge is a dish best served on the rocks. But I do really encourage you guys to check out Melee Mage. He's definitely a good guy and somebody who I'm very happy to know personally, as well as somebody who I know through Twitch. As an aside as well, the person who ran EXP is Brian on the Rocks, who I know a few of you know as the developer who I'll usually host on Tuesdays, and he is currently working at Respawn Vancouver. So while I was incredibly sad to see EXP go, I actually still have my EXP membership card in my wallet. You know, he has certainly landed on his feet and is doing some really, really impressive stuff. So, do you guys get the impression that I might miss Vancouver a little bit? Every once in a while, I will send Brian all capital letters emails begging, "Do you guys need a data person?" I really need to get back in Vancouver. Although on that note, actually, some people have given me some data stuff to work with, which I'm behind on. So, and the good news, I'm behind on it because I'm finding more cool stuff, and I'm learning more. Which I think is also unexpected, but unfortunately, it has a cost. Okay, so the ideal here is to take the Sleipnir and whack the straggler. The catch is that they're really hard to pin down. They basically wind up colliding at all paths. This is a really roundabout way of doing it, but what I'm like, it's a close range marksman rifle, for crying out loud. Like, this isn't gonna devastate me by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, so I'm gonna run around the side. I think what I'm going to do here, given the fact that the missiles are already on their way, I'm just going to set up for a follow-up round where we might, where they may not be ready to surrender, but I don't actually want to... I don't want to open fire on the odd chance that I'm able to get some more scrap. Alright, right arm's already down, so the melee attack is completely unnecessary, but cool nonetheless. Yeah, no worries, Melee Mage. I must warn you, I was actually probably going to be wrapping up reasonably soon, but you've given me a good reason to try and do a little bit more. Or at least I'll do my best. I'm already a little bit late, and I have been pretty bad at getting a proper bedtime. Although I do notice I still have some tea left over, so maybe I've got one more battle in me. Congratulations! You now have control of the site. Excuse me. Wow. I apparently need to relearn how to drink. Okay, congratulations. You now have control of the site and may see hope rise in the region. 45-second battle, 1,676 damage taken, 15,603 damage inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems detected on site, 141 actions planned, 2.2k kilometers traveled, 4 units destroyed, no parts on site, and 353 supplies. So body parts don't excite me quite the way that they used to. And I think it's mostly because I'm keeping a fairly realistic idea about, I'm really looking for a perfect storm of traits to be able to replace my existing material. Yeah, the bean might give me something. Civilians saved. The civilians are so happy to see you that some of them weep. We didn't know if anyone was coming, one of them tells you. Will you help us get home? Shelter the civilians. They'll be safe in the mobile base until you reach their home. Get the civilians to their home settlement. Okay. And you can dispatch a salvage team to the site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. So, we will salvage. We are going to save for another sort of crash fix. Well, not, sorry, not a crash fix, but just following the instructions to... This might be a little overly cautious, but... So, this is one of the reasons I was thinking of wrapping it up, but Melee Mage hosted, and what better way to celebrate... Excuse me, the arrival of a rocket-dodging real-life anime character than to continue to rocket dodge and... Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. Okay. So we gotta wait for the salvage to finish. I think I will go back to the outpost because it's the most likely place that those villagers were. Oop, looks like there's a convoy on their way. I will ignore the convoy for now because I'd rather tidy up the existing work. Although the convoy might be a good... Well, we'll see. We'll see what's in the area. I've pretty much broken the not the rule, but the convention of taking one province per stream. So I am thinking though Malmland and Bjorn are sort of my next two major targets, partly because of what the levels of the remaining regions. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it was the village. Well, then again, there would be a bunch of... Something in the distance. One of your pilots shouts out to you. They've spotted something in the distance. When you look, you see what looks like a person under a tree. Approach. As you get closer, you see that it's a pilot wearing the uniform of an enemy. He's still quiet, but when he sees you and a pilot approaching, he begins to struggle against his ropes. "You've got to help me," he cries. "That uniform says we don't gotta," your pilot says. He turns to you and says, "Could be an ambush, boss. Please. They tied me up, left me for dead. I've been here for 3 days." His clothes are filthy, and there's an ugly bruise on his forehead. If it's an ambush, it's more elaborate than any you've seen. "Why'd they leave you?" your pilot asks. The enemy pilot spits on the ground. "Didn't want to do this stuff anymore. It isn't right." "So a deserter then?" your pilot asks. "That's what they called me. Will you help me or not?" So we could capture. They might be the enemy, but they could prove useful. Now, I actually don't know what happens when you take an enemy captive, but I kind of take... So it did actually occur to me that it seems to me like the rescue thing, the rescue option is the the good guy option, which is kind of how I want to play this. Like, I genuinely feel bad if I fail to save a village on time. And so, you know, it sort of seems to me that just letting them go is the right thing to do. On the other hand, I was watching... This probably is a little darker than it needs to be, but, like, I was watching Band of Brothers for the first time. This is, like, last month. And they do get to one of the last episodes is, like, when they're in Germany, and they're sort of seeing everything that happened. And one of the moments that was really memorable to me was when, you know, one of the soldiers is kind of going through one of the houses. It's a, you know, it's a very good house, and he's looking at the photos, and one of them is this, you know, very well done portrait of obviously a very senior ranking German officer. And, you know, he's a conquering American, so he takes it and he drops the frame, and, you know, and it breaks, and that's when he notices that there's a woman in the house, very most likely this person's wife, and there's definitely a moment between them, and I mean, at least for me, you know, I felt a certain degree of shame for this person, because obviously, you know, it's, you know, like, obviously it's a war, and of the terrible things that happen to people in a war, somebody coming into your home and breaking a picture is probably low on the list, but this is somebody in your home, and this is somebody breaking your property for no reason other than the fact that they're the ones who won the war. What I wasn't expecting in that episode, though, is when they discovered the concentration camps. And so they make the people of the village go in and make the graves, and you see the wife of the officer, you know, in there digging the graves in the concentration camp. And again, it's a wonderful little bit of filmmaking, because of course it's completely inverted. You know, she knew what was going on there. But of course, because you as the viewer, as well as the soldier, are not fully aware of exactly the role of that particular officer, it's you know, it's a very different read on the encounter. So anyways, like I said, this is much heavier than would be appropriate for a game like Phantom Brigade. But the one thing that does always sort of linger in the back of my head, right, is that, you know, Rescue, they might be the enemy, but they're still human. The one way I would potentially justify the capture is you don't really know what this person's going to do as soon as you let them go. You know, there are protocols for, you know, for prisoners, for humane treatment, and so on and so forth. I mean, the fact of the matter is that we are also a mobile base that is trying to liberate district from, you know, district to district. So it's not exactly like we can, you know, we don't have a prison system as such. But I don't know, like, I'm assuming if we were to try and negotiate with, you know, the prisoner, it would be, you can keep him. You know, we thought he was on your side anyway, or whatever waits that person is not necessarily very good. But it's one of the things that I mean, again, this probably is not the thing that people think of the most when they talk about Phantom Brigade. But I do sort of like that I occasionally reflect a little bit on some of the decisions inside of here. And I'm really interested to see. I don't know if this is going to get fleshed out anymore, or if this is the way that it is. But I do know there's apparently a Nemesis. Well, I say apparently. I believe there is a Nemesis system coming in, which might offer some extra expansion in terms of how you treated people and what motivates people who are coming after you. Either way, we will rescue them. Whatever it is, I feel like leaving them is completely inappropriate. Okay, I'm really stumped now in terms of where I'm supposed to drop off these villages. It might be one of these. If it is, I'm in for a bit of a hunt. All right, let's take out the convoy. It's close. Well, it's not close anymore. Ooh, level 13. We're in for this little This will probably add a couple a couple hours to the stream run. Alright, hostile squad is passing nearby. Our base is now within their sensor range, so moving would reveal our position. But we have an upper hand for now. If we're not prepared to face the enemy, we may be able to execute an emergency retreat, but now could be a good time to strike. By the way, again, I'm purely speculating here, right? This is sort of one of these things where I try not to disappoint myself in the sense of, like, thinking a game is something that it's not. But I sometimes wonder for some of these convoy things, because again, you are a little bit, you know, you're a mobile base, you're trying to rely on the fact that you are more agile than your enemy. I sometimes wonder if some of the more, you know, better defended regions are going to have lots of these convoys sort of running around, and that part of the game, like one of the reasons why you'd want to have the smoke would be so that you can sort of try and come up with this very narrow approach towards your target. That would be really, I mean, that would be something that for me could potentially make the strategic layer really interesting and unique. But the other challenge is that it might also wind up confusing the game a little bit. It took me a very long time to get into Total War because I never really felt that the strategic layer ever was really 100% worth playing on its own. But it would inform the tactical layer of the game, which kind of seems to be what most people talk about for the game. But again, like it took me a really long time to navigate that difference, and I still sometimes feel like some of the times where I get most frustrated with Total War come from that. So, you know, this is just one of these points where, because I just sit down and play it, I'm like, I wonder if they will do it this way or not. But let's get the convoy raid in. And I will take a quick peek at the behemoth. This is mostly just to see what's up for new parts. A bean medium, huh? And it's got a good barrier. It does have regenerative systems, so... Hey, Tomotielisis, how you doing? So the most likely candidate for that would be the Sleipnir, but I know the Sleipnir is not going to have a... It may have the defensive subsystem, but it's got the extra barrier. It doesn't have the mass, so I don't think I would want to switch it out. The Hermes, on the other hand, might have some use for this. Oh, this would be the right arm, not the right item. Okay, so... Oddly enough, we would get about the same total protection for significantly more mass. How does that work? Oh no! Urgh! And this is why we color code. I keep forgetting, I have a really bad habit of just, like, leaning on my right mouse for, like, no reason. It's mostly just because I want to click. Like, basically, I don't know why I have this habit, but whenever I'm thinking, I, like, usually will just hold down my right mouse button and, like, move the mouse around. And I think it's usually because if I do that, it brings up a menu and my mouse movements aren't actually going to have any effect on anything. But in this game, if you do right mouse click, it's the same as left mouse click in this menu, and so I wind up unintentionally equipping gear. I've done that multiple times. But yeah, so if you guys are wondering why I randomly equip gear, it's for that incredibly weird reason. Alright, I'm not going to equip any of the new gear. It doesn't do anything for me, so... well, it does... I'm sure it does stuff for me. It doesn't excite me, so we will deploy into this very heavy convoy raid, and we are probably going to get clobbered. Code Red, hostile unit contact. All units hold optimal range and wait reinforcements. A really important thing for me to remember here is that I do not need to kill everything to win. The last time that we did something like this, and I was sort of outnumbered and outgunned, I wound up taking some really heavy losses for no reason. So as long as I can get the objectives, I should have an escape plan, and I should commit to being willing to run. But we don't know what we're up against. So reinforcements on turn 2, lots of tanks, but it looks like only 2. No, 1. Okay, only 1 mech. But it's got a heavy shotgun. Okay. Ooh. This is going to be interesting. Okay, so cannon, autocannon. Okay, so this is the danger zone. Any of these things getting close is cause for profound concern. These guys, on the other hand, there is only ever one solution. Throw up your shield and march forward. So I want to have at least a little fun. I'll get one shot. I know I'm going to take some damage off of this, but I do want to have at least a little fun. And okay, so shield up. Run. This is a really careless way of doing this round, but it's what I got. Okay. So that guy wants to hurt the Sleipnir. So I'm going to wait. You know what? I think I can actually afford to be a little more active. So let's say I move forward like this. Okay, actually. So what I want to basically do is make sure that I'm behind cover in time for the shotgun attack. Okay, so move up like that. The big thing I want to know is there going to be a... Okay, so what I wanted to do here is to basically see whether or not I'd be able to possibly take out the wheels of one of these units off the bat. Now, the other question I have is about my sniper, and it basically is it even worth it to try shooting at this guy? A very, very, very small chance I can pull this off. Nope, they're already within the window. Okay. Well, that's fine, because I've got another approach that I can do. And that's basically so until this thing falls, it's missiles all day, all night on them. And then finally there's the Hermes. Now again, I'm not immortal. You know, the fact that these things are attacking me is a cause for concern, and I need to make sure that I have a reasonable approach to avoiding as much damage as I can. On the other hand, I can't just hide behind hills for the duration of the battle. So basically what I'm going to try and do, when I can, I'm going to just try and get shots off, even if they're not optimal attacks. Just basically anything that I can get a few little chip points on. I wind up colliding with my own people. Ugh, this is gross. Yeah, I hate that I have to stay behind this, but it's what I got. Okay, so let's just take a minute and see if this makes sense. Sleipnir dodges the shotgun, potentially a little bit of friendly fire. Nope, it's not friendly fire because they're missiles. Unfortunately, it looks like I trip over a tank there, and the last thing I can afford right now is... Oh, damn. This is a big problem. So the thing is that the way that my Sleipnir works is it feels like even if I touch an enemy tank that's not the intended target, it counts as sort of tripping. Alright. I'm going to go on faith on this. I do actually really want to see how this turns out, though. So... Okay, cool. It looks like I did not wind up crashing into them. So I'm going to walk ahead. I am curious. At this point, I really just want to get as many attacks in as I can that will prevent me from absorbing too many shells. You know, those are full cannons. They get better the closer they are, so maybe... Okay, so if I do that, I overheat, but I don't hit more than one target. So it's not great. Okay, so I'm going to build this turn around the melee attacks of this unit. So this one's going to be knocked out. Oh, I'm going for double. Okay, no, not that one. Okay, so this one will get hit. This one we're not sure of yet. So is there a way that I can do something to it? Doesn't look like it. And it does look like the mech has me in their sights. Okay, it's not great, but I'm just gonna straight up run for this unit. Okay, so I'm gonna bang into this one. So what I want to do right now is just see who's threatening my... Ah, interesting. Okay, well this gives me an opportunity here. So I'm still gonna run into these guys. I should actually be throwing the shield up on these. Okay, so crashing into the tanks like so. One small adjustment though. So once this happens, okay, so Shields up for all of this. Trying to provide whatever protection I can for my... Alright, and I would have actually preferred to... go for a shotgun in here, but this is hopefully gonna... Like, the whole idea is that this is hopefully gonna be shielding my existing units to kind of go in and do their thing. So that we have a little more breathing room for next turn. And again, just I'm going to constantly lob missiles on this guy until they're taken out. Although next turn we have some friends showing up, so that's going to be an adventure. I think at this point I should consider making a move on the tanks with the autocannons. All right, well, this will be an adventure, so let's see what happens. Okay, it's crashing, which is good. Okay, starting to kick some of the tanks around, which is good. They're also doing friendly fire, which is unexpected. All right, that's not so good. This really is one of these cases where every little bit of damage counts, particularly for the melee unit. Hey, Night Valiant, how you doing tonight? Oh, sorry, the exception. I didn't notice your message until now. Hope you have a great evening. I'm probably going to be wrapping up after this battle, but I also think this battle is going to take a little bit. What have you been up to lately, Night Valiant? I have seen you been streaming. However, I have been really struggling with my bedtimes and just generally getting like, even when I properly go to bed at the right hour, I've really struggled to try and get a proper good night's sleep. So I am sorry that I've been a little more truant than I would normally want to be, but. Okay, I'm taking a lot more damage on the left arm than I would normally want. I am feeling okay with all of these crashed tanks, though. So the good news is that we're at a point now that enough of these things have taken a bit of damage. How are we doing here? Okay. So we've basically damaged enough of these treads that we can start maneuvering the battle behind these hills. And so the mech is going to be mobile, so they're going to come after us, or we'll be able to deal with the reinforcements. But we can actually start engaging these... Oh no, did I... Okay. I'm potentially going to be able to engage these, you know, kind of more on my own terms. So let's see what we're dealing with here. So a few of them still have their treads. Actually, more of them have their treads than I thought they would. That's maybe not so good. Okay, so the most important question, do I get to fire my shotgun at some point? Yes, I do. We've got a mech and a tank coming in. Alright, so I'm still going to treat this as we have one primary target, and that is the shotgunner. Although certainly they're getting, I would argue, undue attention this turn. So I'm going to get the Hermes on the objective. I've had some mixed missile performance. The Hermes really seems to be doing the Lord's work as far as missile dodging is concerned. But I've tried to do some big plays with some of my other team members, and I've not quite lived up to my reputation for that sort of thing. but I'm still having fun with it. Oof. That's not good. I can't believe I'm actually throwing this person in the middle of a fight like this, but it's the right call because all of these weapons are really not that effective in this close range. And more importantly, it's freeing up all these others. Anyways, as you guys can see, I did give a quick shout out to Night Valian in there. Night Valian has been my sort of my safety choice. Sorry, that sounds bad. Night Valian has been really good for streaming at hours that tend to complement the hours that I'm working with. So basically, he's able to he's doing a bunch of new games, which I've really enjoyed. I've actually kind of checked out a few things that I didn't know existed because of his channel. I know I said that about Melee Mage as well, but I think that's also just generally a trait that I really like among streamers that I've been checking out lately. Which one of these is weak? But Night Valian's been a lot of fun to watch for a number of reasons. I originally found him through streaming Kit Fox's Lucifer Within Us, which was a real treat. But I've really seen him do everything from sort of Manifold Garden to games that I've never really seen before. And of course he's done like Doom Eternal. Very, definitely very prolific. He gets through games a lot faster. Most recently in February he did the Yakuza series. Although that's getting a little old in terms of his list of things that he's done. But it's been really rewarding to just sort of catch him, do his thing and see him do it so well. It's always a really rewarding experience to sort of see him sort of stream and thrive and just generally be an overall swell guy. And of course he hangs out in here, so that's another good reason to check him out. All right, I want to see if I can somehow run my lance in through these. I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm curious. Okay, so I attack. Is that seriously going to work? Okay, so I'll put this shield forward. Yeah, because I run behind the hill there. Okay, God, I don't even know what I want to look at here, so everybody's attacking. Okay, I would have hoped for the right hand to go down, to be honest. I should have also angled my turns a little bit better to be taking the objectives. But we'll deal with that when the time comes up. Because I don't have Game Pass until today. But don't you worry, Mr. Valian. There are plans. Alright, so I misjudged which arm was weak. This is actually going to take quite a bit more effort on this guy. We're not in fully desperate straits yet, but this can turn against me very, very quickly. I don't think I connected there, and that is going to suck. Okay, so I'm not exactly mad that I'm taking the heat damage. I'm mad that it's doing so without any discernible effect. Like I'm really not sure why this this unit wasn't taken out by that. Okay, so this unit's doing nothing. Okay, that unit's surrendering. So we're starting to recover. Oh Jesus, they've got a sniper up though. Okay, who are they targeting? Yeah, it's gonna be my guy. Okay, realistically, what am I looking at damage-wise? 790 in a full volley. So am I willing to have half of my shield go down because of this? No, I'm not. And in fact, there's a better way that I can handle this situation. So, I'm going to shotgun this guy for good measure. I'm going to duck behind the hill. I'm going to find anything I can to shotgun because I'm in a foul mood. I'm going to wait it out. No. And I can't actually make it the full way, but they'll be in big trouble once I once I make it. Okay. So unfortunately, the Hermes needs to sort of stay in a bit of a tight spot. Though not nearly as tight as the Sleipnir, it looks like, because there's a shotgun with their name on it. So, first question, am I able to... Theoretically, yes. Practically, no. I'm just going to trip on that. Oh, but... So I run. I dodge the shotgun by running behind the hill. Good. Which means we will continue to show them our assortment of bespoke missiles. Missiles will continue until morale improves. I can give you a quick. I'll find some way of direct messaging you what the plans are, Night Valian, but I'm sure you'll like them. Okay, so I got nothing else I can do with the Sleipnir right now, but that's fine because that's just enabling my my other units to do what they can. So, as soon as possible, damage the thing that's possibly going to be hurting me. In fact, this really doesn't need to be all that complicated. It's the Hermes is fresh. The fact that I'm able to get at least one objective off the board is already a big improvement. And then, of course, because it's a sniper rifle and a heavy handgun, this mech is not nearly as threatening as it seems at face value. As long as we can stay behind these hills, we should be okay. So we are, again, going to go in slow-mo because there's just so much going on. Okay, it's all flesh damage. That's not so good. Jesus. Definitely a long way from the days where I could just throw up a shield and take out like 6 tanks by walking into them. Alright, we took a big hit on that. That sucks. In fact, that is enough that I'm willing to pull out the Sleipnir. We got 2 more turns after this before that can happen, but they've got to be my first, they got to be the first thing that I pull out. It is really cool to have artillery, though. Oh, this thing's done for. All right. Okay, I got lucky there. That's crashing. If I can make a commitment that the Sleipnir is not going to take any more damage, I can keep it in the fight. If there's any possibility it takes more damage, I need to pull it out. But I have gotten a little more mobility for the Hermes, seeing as we've already got the crate. So, all right, the crate is locked on. Our drone has the cords and should be descending any second now. Okay, so, as always, we want to take a look and see... Okay, so the sniper... This is actually pretty good for me because I can always just keep hiding behind this hill whenever the sniper wants to cause trouble. And it's not like there aren't things that I can't do in the meantime. So this one's surrendering. This one is still going to attack. So what I do here is I just take a minute to... In fact, if I do one of these... So this still protects me. But what it does let me do is it lets me attack a deserving enemy that isn't surrendering. Okay, so the thing I want to focus on right now is clearing out the immediate threat. So this thing is off the board. This thing is not on the board. I want to get rid of it. This thing not moving. I can wait a turn. This thing attacking. Want to get rid of it. This thing attacking. Want to get rid of it. This thing... inactive, this thing... Oh, this thing's still attacking. Where's the guy who surrendered? Okay, I can't do anything about that heat, unfortunately. So I suppose... Okay, they're out of range, so that's not as big of a dilemma as I thought it was. I think... Yeah, this is pretty... This is a pretty easy decision to make. So hopefully the missiles will just take this thing out. Now, my Sleipnir friend, I gotta find a very good way of protecting them. Okay, I think I know how I'm gonna do it. Nope. Oh, Jesus. Okay. If I just get them to dash, what happens? And that's an autocannon, so that's not as threatening. What I'm trying to see is whether or not I can contribute by doing... Oh god, this is such a risk. How much damage does this thing do? Holy smokes. Okay, I gotta wait it out. I need to at least wait out the threats coming from the... Okay, this guy's public enemy number 1 now. So... I gotta find a way of dealing with this tank by the 3-second mark. Is a one shotgun gonna be enough? Maybe. Do I want the survival of my melee, like my star melee unit, to rely on a maybe? Probably not. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna change the... Ugh. God, this is tough. Okay, that's 2 batches of people who are hitting it. I mean, even then, there's no assurances whatsoever that this is gonna pan out, but okay, so once this attack is done, I need to find a new location for my Hermes. Behind a hill for now. I think I'm just gonna take him the long way around. There are probably better things that I can do, but right now it sort of keeps them clear of things that are threatening to them. And I sincerely hope I'm not making a mistake by moving in deeper like this. So the dilemma I face is this. Where I am right now, I don't have a lot of very good hiding spots from these tanks. If I go here, I at least have defense from these guys, and more importantly, I'm keeping it clear for the rest of my team to deal with it. The big problem is it takes relatively little, and I mean, Kilo's already very close to concussed. It's not going to take a lot for the Sleipnir to be taken out of the fight. I feel like I should be doing more with the lance. Okay, so the Hermes might wind up taking some sympathy damage. Yeah, it's basically shotguns all the way down. Okay, let's see how the Sleipnir does. Could have been worse. So we're going to want to see what happens on this end. This one is a really big one. Okay, good. They're down. So we're not out of the woods yet, but we have removed a pretty big threat to the Sleipnir. Now, the fact that I haven't moved my lance up is going to mean that there is a danger that the sniper is going to kind of have free reign on whatever target they want. Again, I'm just going to have to deal with that in the future. It's at this point it's just a matter of sort of managing the biggest threats. We are doing a pretty good job of regenerating the lower legs. Okay, this thing's going to be stuck in position. It is still pretty open, so I'm not too confident in terms of what I'm going to get for all that effort. But at least it's going to be crashing and occupied for a little while. Okay, so they are going to attack, and they're going to attack the Sleipnir. Man, they definitely know which one's weak. This guy is about to surrender. This guy is not ready to do anything of the sort. Alright. I think I need to take stock of who's still on the board. So this guy's inactive. This guy is very active. This guy is active but stuck. We've got these two fresh ones. Now, again, I'm not that worried, all told, about where these folks are. It's also important to remember I've got a pretty fresh behemoth ready to go toe-to-toe sniper-wise on this guy. What I'm trying to do, though, is preserve strength at least as much as I can. I realize this is a very comical and novel idea of preserving strength. But what can I say? You know, I got I'm playing the cards I've been dealt. Okay, so first question is, if I just turn around and I say I want to go back for seconds, and I decide to hide around the side of this hill, I laugh at everyone. Okay, this is such an obviously good idea for the Sleipnir. I wanted to try and mess around a little bit with my my timings. Okay, we'll wait it out a little bit. That might be too long, but let's see. Okay, so stand still, hit it. All right. It's not perfect, but it'll do. Okay, this guy. Hermes, again, stay put until they stop shooting at you, which is pretty much around the time that they get in position. So we'll get a little bit closer to the bad guys. That is not the thing I want to be attacking. I wonder if I can get away with, okay, so if I do that... No, they totally are focusing on me. All right. Well, I just do it the other way around then, so... I'm assuming I can't get a second one in, yeah. And I still have my choice of missiles. At some point I'm gonna have to need to deal with this guy, but I think it's probably better that I think the strategy of clearing out the especially if I'm potentially going to be doing a retreat, which is admittedly less likely now than it was before, but still not an impossibility. All right. Yeah. Slow-mo. I just want to see if this the surrendering guy makes it. I think he does. This has to connect. I'm not seeing the hit. Oh, nuts. Oh, it's because it's crashing. Oh, this is gonna sting. I've got 290, so it may not be the end of the world, but this is bad. Oof. Yeah, that's an arm gone. That's a primary arm gone. That's so frustrating. That whole turn was built around the idea of being able to get a melee strike on that unit. Command of the base is circled around the perimeter. We are ready to pick the squad up if needed. Well, I'll get back to you on that. How about? All right. This is still active. Presumably this, yeah. So 2, 3, 4 active. Active participants. Is anybody attacking the Hermes? Yes, the Hermes is being attacked by the sniper rifle. So I have some ideas about how to deal with that. This obviously is not an optimal firing distance, but it keeps me protected from the sniper, so I'm working with that. Now the big question for me is now the right time for me to consider sort of taking that unit on one-on-one, like with the lance? I'm going to say no for now. I think it's actually better for me to clear out some tanks. Thing is, there's some ambiguity with tanks, as we learned with the Sleipnir. So being able to remove that and be able to work a little more effectively. I am so nervous they're going to get hit by some, like, secondary fire. Okay, I'm going to say that's probably... Well, not probably, but I'm going to say that will not be enough, and we're going to need to finish them off with a second and possibly third round. Again, at this point here, it's sort of declaring all-out war on whatever hasn't surrendered yet. Okay, that's good. That is very good. Okay. There's going to be a very big shift in how we approach this now. So I'm going to move... I think that might be a little too far away, yeah. So basically, the behemoth goes out of hiding and starts going on the hunt. I have a feeling this is going to wind up hitting the hill for the majority of it, but it's a start. This is actually going to be kind of interesting. So what I'll do here, I still have some strength of the shield left, and again, if they're attacking me with their primary weapon, it means they don't have a whole lot of gas left in the tank, and then I'm just going to reply with a shotgun next turn. So who are you going to attack? Alright, so he attacks the Hermes sort of off the top and then doesn't do anything. So we'll wait out the attack. We're going to claim this sector. Now, the Sleipnir might run in and sort of nab it for the points. Speaking of the Sleipnir. Okay, I'm a little worried about friendly fire, but I think we are on our way to wrapping up this very nerve-wracking round. Oh, I did hit my own guy. The drone has a rough location of the crate, but we're going to need another ping to ensure it's picked up. Stay at the location to finish this. Okay, so here's the trick. This unit's going to be attacking only the Hermes. So, the way we deal with that, we run. So now they're going to be attacking, hopefully... Oh no, they're starting the turn with an attack. Okay, well, I'm going to get my armor dinged up a little bit. I'll be mad about that for a while. And then what happens is the Sleipnir just goes to take the position to lock things in. Now, this is going to become a lot more interesting, seeing as I've got shotgun range. In fact, I'm effectively ignoring the fact that he's attacking me this turn, which may not be the smartest thing in the world. But it's what I got. So the only other thing I could think of right now would be to go for another attack. Actually, okay, so let's say we wait it out here. We go for the attack, but I don't have enough time to go. Yeah, you know what? So we can keep it simple this turn. That is still some pretty hefty damage, but we've got some good news here. So this unit's totally destroyed. At this point, all that I can do with the Behemoth right now is lob missiles at what is now kind of a standing weapons platform. All supplies retrieved. You may now you now control the site. Extract your units or eliminate the remaining enemies. So the problem. Oh, and they're ready to surrender. Never mind. Cancel the missiles. All right. So that was a really good. That was a really good round to end on, because that was very challenging, but we got through it. I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about those convoy battles, because in one sense I love how chaotic they are, and in other senses it's just impossible for me to figure out where it's all going. So 50-second duration, 5,194 damage taken, 18,262 damage inflicted, 131 actions planned, 1,760 meters traveled, 6 units destroyed, no parts on site, 332 supplies detected on site. Got Nox Heavy. A lot of destroyed tanks, no surprises there. I'm not interested in that handgun. Well, that's not true. There's one unit that might benefit from the handgun. Yeah, not much as far as salvage is concerned, but we are definitely going to need... the healing, so... We'll run that out. I actually want to take a quick minute and just see what the... I want to take a minute and see what the Sleipnir looks like. Alright, so you don't lose the parts when they get destroyed. Although, it looks like the right arm still needs some work. Unless that's the barrier. $156. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. All right. And on that note, again, I can't say this enough. This is a really, really good game. I'm very happy that Brace Yourself, let me stream this. I'm sure. I mean, this is the big challenge I have now. Is I don't know when I'm offered a key for something. And I mean, I did put in a request. Like, it's not like it didn't come out of anywhere. But whenever I run into something like this, which is so very clearly aligned with my own interests, I sometimes wonder, like, if I wasn't broadcasting, would I have known about this game? Like, would I have looked at this and said, my God, I must play this sort of a thing? Or would I have just kind of been like, it's so easy to be about many really good games now where it's just like, meh, I'll get around to it when I do. So, and I'll admit, I'm getting more into early access stuff now. It's been really neat. I think definitely I definitely need to credit the Discord server for this. I mean, it's nice to look at the roadmap. The arsenal is basically everything I was hoping it would be as far as the update is concerned. But yeah, I've been having a great time with Phantom Brigade, and I hope you all are getting something out of it too, because I will admit, I actually really wish I would see more people stream this game, because I know my style is not for everyone, and I really feel like this is a game that lends itself towards sharing. Like, I just really think it lends itself towards sharing kind of big plays, big moments inside of the game. And I don't know, I really think it's I can't say that it's undervalued, because the people who I know who've looked at it, or the people who play it, like, they really clearly are into it. But I don't know, I always feel like there's always some more room for there's always more room in the tent. I think there's a lot that this game has to offer, and I mean, we'll see what it looks like when there's still time before full release. So I'm certainly looking forward to see what's coming up for the next few updates. Anyways, I gotta wrap up. We've got a few people who are live now. I do want to give a special mention to Valiant Cheese. Valiant Cheese is a Valiant Cheese is an Australian game developer. I actually collaborated with him on a thing that he did last year. It was really enjoyable. But he is playing a game called Hive Time, which is a bee-themed city builder. It is a pay-what-you-want game, and I know while Phantom Brigade may not be the right fit, I do know a number of you also really like Industries of Titan. So if you like city builders, Valiant Cheese is playing his game Hive Time, and I think that's a really good one. But it has been a while since I have raided Night Valiant, and he just went online with the Sexy Brutale, which I have actually not played or watched. So I might hang out for a little bit while I am getting some other stuff done. But I'd love it if you guys would hang along. Again, I'd love to host another Phantom Brigade stream, but it seems like I'm the only one doing that right now. So something to keep in mind, perhaps if you are a broadcaster yourself and are looking to get hosts from people. But with that in mind, I would love it if you guys would hang along for Night Valiant, because he's definitely got a very relaxing voice. Definitely a fun stream to watch, and I feel like you are in safe hands by the end. As for me, tomorrow there will be another Elder Scrolls episode, so for those of you that like the vodcasts, That'll be in there. I usually am in chat for chat interaction, but I know most people just prefer watching that as a video. Wednesday, we return to Industries of Titan. I know we couldn't do that last week because of the local game dev meetup. And then Wednesday, it seems to have been Hollow Knight days. So until then, thank you very much for watching. I'll see some of you tomorrow, some of you Wednesday, and for those of you who are only here for Phantom Brigade, we will see you in a week. Have a good one.